There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Order. We come to notice of motion. Does any member wish to give notice of a motion? ANC.
I thank you, Speaker. I hereby, on behalf of the ANC, in the next sitting of the House debates assessing the strategies used to retain and recruit health professionals in the country to prevent them from going abroad. I thank you.
Noted. Does any other member wish to give notice of a motion? Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debates the methods used by the Western Cape Education Department, which have resulted in Western Cape schools being ranked the best in the country by the Department of Basic Education, and how these can be replicated throughout the country for the benefit of all learners. I thank you.
Does any other member wish to give notice of a motion? Right at the back, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates measures to improve the relationship between councillors and traditional leaders in the interest of service delivery and development. I thank you.
Noted. Does any other member wish to give notice of a motion? Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debates the abuse of state resources for political purposes.
Noted. Does any other member wish to give notice of a motion? Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. I give notice that I shall move on behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party that this House debates in its next sitting the high level of unskilled youth unemployment, which came in at 31.4% in the third quarter of this year, 2013. Thank you, Speaker.
Noted. Does any other member wish to give notice of a motion? Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debates the crisis of over-indebtedness and unsecured credit and its negative impact particularly on poor South Africans. In particular, this House should debate how the current maximum interest rate formulae discriminate against the poor. Thank you.
Noted. Does any other member wish to give notice of a motion? Honourable Member.
Honourable Speaker, I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates increasing mobile police stations in vulnerable areas like informal settlements to combat crime. Thank you.
Noted. Does any other member wish to give notice of a motion?
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that its next sitting, the House debated the serious health risks posed by unregulated complementary medicine and solution to address this issue. Thank you.
Noted. Does any other member wish to give notice of a motion? Doesn't appear to be the case, in which case we move on. Order on members, order. On member.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates ways to make the work of specialist doctors attractive to avoid them from going abroad. Thank you, Speaker.
Noted. Does any other member wish to give notice of a motion? No. Thank you. We move on. We now come to motions without notice. Are there any motions without notice? Honourable Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing on of Premier Soccer League Life President Dr. Liepile Taunyane at the age of 86. Further notes that Dr. Taunyane began his career in Alexandra as a football administrator in the 1960s, who mentored the likes of Ivan Khoza in the 1970s. Acknowledges that he was also a school teacher, a principal who played a huge role in the development of our soccer. Recognizes that Dr. Taunyane was a president of the Transvaal United African Teachers Association and also National Association of Professional Teachers Organization of South Africa. And he was elected as the chairperson of the National Soccer League and the Premier League. Further recognizes that he was a versatile and skillful person who managed to administrate soccer while running the Alex License Committee and being a full-time teacher, as well as being heavily involved in the whole series of teachers' organizations. We convey our heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, PSL, and education fraternity. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections are agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice? Honourable Member.
Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the House notes that this coming weekend, the 9th and 10th of November 2013, the people of South Africa will be given an opportunity to register to vote in the upcoming 2014 national and provincial elections. Also notes that there are 9.4 million eligible voters in the country who have not yet registered to vote. Further notes that South Africans will be able to register at a voting station in their voting district from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on both days. Encourages all South Africans to ensure that they are registered correctly, especially those who have moved since the last elections. Thanks the Independent Electoral Commission for their hard work and dedication to ensure that our people get registered and are able to vote freely and fairly, and calls on each and every South African who will be 18 years from April next year to register to vote this coming weekend.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections are agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice? Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice that the House knows that the official national launch of the Disability Rights Awareness Month with Interfaith Organization took place on the 3rd of November 2013 in the Northern Cape. Further notes that this theme proclaimed for this year is the Church, Disability and Human Dignity. Recognizes that persons with disabilities include those who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments, which may hinder their full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others. Acknowledges that the Disability Awareness Month offers an opportunity for every single person and institution to remove barriers and to improve the quality of life of people with disabilities through concrete action, and calls on all to raise awareness of this month. The positive initiatives and information about the disability sector. I thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice? Honourable Member.
Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the House notes that the much-anticipated film Mandela, Long Walk to Freedom had its South African premiere in Rosebank, Johannesburg on Sunday, 3rd November 2013. Also notes that the film spans Madiba's remarkable life from a difficult childhood to his inauguration as the country's first democratically elected president. Further notes that the film illustrates the important role that Madiba played in insisting that South Africans find a peaceful solution to the problems that faced the country during apartheid and the transition thereafter. Congratulates and thanks the team that worked on this movie for producing a film that will ensure that Mandela's life story is well preserved for generations to come, and looks forward to the film's release in South Africa on the 28th of November 2013.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice? Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing of former South African under-14 national team coach Andries Six Mabone Maseko, who died at the age of 58 in Chris Hani Baragwanath Academic Hospital. Further note that Maseko appeared in the colors of Dube Birds and Moroka Swallows for 11 years, from 1972 to 1983. And also played abroad for Washington Diplomats, St. Jose Earthquakes, and Phoenix Infernos in the United States of America. Remembers that Six Mabone inspired many when he scored a record of 8 goals in a single match, helping Swallows to a 13-0 victory against Umlazi Citizens in 1976 during the then National Professional Soccer League at Guatemala Springs, and we convey our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and all football fans. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections are agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice?
Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the House notes that South African athletes Lusapo April and Ernest van Dijk produced brilliant performances in the prestigious New York City Marathon on Sunday. Also notes that Lusapo completed the 42-kilometer race in an impressive 2 hours, 9 minutes and 45 seconds to finish 3rd overall. Further notes that veteran wheelchair racer Ernst van Dijk finished 2nd in a tight sprint finish in 1 hour, 40 minutes and 14 seconds. Congratulates both these athletes for flying the South African flag high in New York City.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice? No. Thank you very much. We move on. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, I move that the House extends the deadline by which the ad hoc committee on the filling of vacancies in the Commission for Gender Equality has to report from the 7th of November 2013 to the 12th of November 2013. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections are agreed to. The next item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement? The ANC. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The African National Congress welcomes the handover of 50 hectares of land by Lonmin to the Northwest Department of Human Settlement on Monday, 28 October 2013. The land consists of serviced sites to be used for a human settlement development in the Marikana area. This will support the government's human settlement initiatives and assist the Northwest Province to address the need for shelter and related services within the greater Marikana area. The ANC has always believed that government must have a contract with business, communities and civil society to address the serious challenges caused by decades of underdevelopment and socially engineered spatial planning. The agreement will pave the way for the development of a new integrated human settlement comprising a mixture of high and low density residential housing and rental stock together with all associated municipal services and amenities. The ANC believes that the people of Marikana deserves the right to live in dignity and therefore applauds this initiative by all 3 spheres of government. I thank you.
The DA.
Speaker, last week I raised the issue of the perilous state of the municipal finances in Makana municipality. In my closing remarks, I mentioned that the municipal manager, Dr. Praveen Naidu, had not yet signed his contract of employment or his performance agreement and was holding out for a higher salary despite having started work in April this year. Over the weekend, it emerged that Dr. Naidu has been awarded 3 million rand in settlement of a court case against the municipality by the municipality, a court case which he lost. In addition, the strategic advisor to the mayor authorized the settlement of Dr. Naidu's legal fees in complete contravention of the Labour Court findings, which awarded costs to the municipality. It should be noted that the strategic advisor, who is also the regional head of the ANC, has no delegated authority to make such authorizations. Council has taken no resolution on this matter, and the Speaker and the Mayor act with complete disregard for the MFMA, supply chain regulations, and court rulings. Given the crisis situation with Makana's finances, we have to ask, just when will the Minister take action against this rogue ANC administration? Thank you.
Cope.
Speaker, Chapter 9 institutions are an integral part of our constitutional democracy and must be treated with appropriate respect. But it's also incumbent on them to fulfill their roles with integrity and the circumspect befitting their offices. It is therefore regrettable that the Public Protector's investigation into the Nkandla upgrade has been allowed to become like a national soap opera. After some queries expressed by the Public Protector about where it should be tabled and impertinent rebuts from Lutuli House yesterday, the core findings of a purportedly still confidential report is front-page news in the Cape Times today. The value and integrity of an important report has unfortunately now been compromised through inappropriate sideshows and politicking. This calls for sober reflection on the key role of the Public Protector to ensure that investigations are conducted and communicated not only without fear or favour, but also without sensational gamesmanship. The Public Works Minister has already informed Parliament that procurement irregularities in the Nkandla upgrade were identified, and it seems that he has more to tell Parliament. The President is on record in this House that he had no knowledge of the public money spent on the upgrade of his personal property, and he shall be held to his word. But we cannot allow important constitutional entities to become victims of politics when election fever strikes. The role of this Parliament and the Public Protector to hold the Executive accountable should remain the common denominator when we go to elections. The rational way forward, Speaker, is for all involved to play open cards, to stop the politics, and to tell South Africans exactly where things went wrong. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. The ANC applauds the initiative of the Department of Energy for conducting the Learner Focus Week in Energy program for coastal provinces on the 22nd to the 30th of June 2013. Two Eastern Cape learners from Maluti District, Imatatiya Lageleyo, won the Science Fair project competition. They won bursaries from NRF worth 150,000 per learner per year, from first year in tertiary education to PhD level. The same organization will purchase school uniforms, books, and pay for the tuition for both learners as they are currently doing their grade 10 and 11. Professor Malika Maza, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNISA Africa Chair in Nanosciences and Nanotechnology, occupies Africa International Desk at Itemba Labs in Cape Town, and Professor Sitati, the advisor to the President Zuma's office and an executive member of UNESCO, plan to visit the school as well as the district to introduce these learners as members of UNESCO. The UNESCO's purpose is to contribute to peace and security and promoting international collaboration through education, science, and culture in order to further universal respect for justice, the rule of law, and human rights, along with fundamental freedom proclaimed in the United Nations Charter. They further plan to announce their plan to taking these learners to Paris in France so that they can learn more on the project topic with the intention. The ANC support the program. Thank you.
The IFP.
Nhlonitsha somlomo. Inkatha ikhathazekile kakhulu ngokubulawa kwabantu abasithupha eKhusongo. Okusikhathaza kakhulu ukuthi lento iphatha ubugebengu. Kodwa ke namaphoyisa siyawagxeka ngoba awazange athathe inyathelo lobugebengu bebaziwa lapha eKhutsong kunabantu abaningi ade lokhu kushiwo kuthiwa kune-gangsterism ekhona lapha eKhutsong. Kodwa ke sizocela ukuthi umthetho njengamanje kube nophenyo olujululileyo oluzokwazi ukubheka isimo sonke saseKhutsong nanokuthi umsuka ukubulawa labantu usuka kuphi nanokuthi ubangwa yini. Siceleke nanokuthi ke ezobulungiswa ayithatha indawo yawo masishane nanesicelo esikhulu esikubhekise kuminister wezamaphoyisa ukuthi akube nethimba eliyobheka leya ndawo ngoba ngithema ngikuyo ngathola ukuthi ukuthula lapha kuzoba bikho masishane. Ngiyathokoza.
FF+.
Geachte Speaker, die aanvaarding van die wysigingswet op billike indiensneming deur die ANC en die DA doen Suid-Afrika onreg aan. Dit is duidelik dat veral hierdie twee politieke partye populistiese uitsprake maak en wetgewing ondersteun wat nadelig is vir Suid-Afrika. Die Vryheidsfront Plus het teen hierdie wysigingswet ontwerp gestem en gewaarsku dat dit slegte nuus is vir die nasionale ontwikkelingsplan en die fiskus en die ekonomie sal skaad. Ons het duidelik gesê dit is rasgedrewe en onaanvaarbaar. Meriete moet die kriteria wees wanneer poste gevul word om die beste vaardighede aan te wend om die ekonomie te bou. Die DA probeer die ANC oorbie om swart kiesers te lok, maar in die proses verloon hy homself en veral sy tradisionele steunbasis. Selfs 'n voormalige leier van die DA, Tony Leon, sê as volg: The Employment Equity Act Amendment Bill recently approved by National Assembly is illiberal, racially coercive and anti-economic growth. Professor Herman Gelemee meen die DA het sy integriteit as liberale en nie rassige party prysgegee en sê dit verbreek die kontrak met minderhede wat voorheen vir die party gestem het met die veronderstelling dat die DA ook hulle belange sal stem of sal beskerm. Wat sê Dr. Anthea Jeffrey van die Suid-Afrikaanse Instituut van Rasseverhoudinge? There is no need to take a big stick to business in the way the bill envisaged. At the same time, racial quotas are unacceptable in a constitutional democracy founded on non-racialism. In addition, the changes introduced by the bill will be highly damaging to the investment, growth and jobs, and hence the vast majority of black South Africans. Die Vryheidsfront Plus doen 'n beroep op die ANC en die DA om nie onverantwoordelike populistiese wette te aanvaar ter wille van goedkoop stemwerwing wat die land gaan skaad nie.
The ANC.
Cooperatives, BRICS cooperatives. A historic cooperative took place in South Africa on the 26th and 27th October this year. The countries, Brazil, Russia, China, India, and South Africa, shared experiences of their successes and challenges in their different countries with regard to the role of cooperatives in both social and economic development. Lessons for BRICS and for South Africa in particular are the following: that South Africa cooperatives lag behind the other four and therefore agreed that cooperatives in the 4 BRICS countries should assist in the development of South African cooperatives to the same developmental stage as the others. Cooperatives must do more business with each other. Cooperatives must procure goods from each other in different BRICS countries. There is a proposal to establish a BRICS cooperative office. All departments in South Africa should prioritize cooperatives in their plans that will go a long way towards reducing the triple challenges, namely poverty, unemployment, and inequality. BRICS countries resolved to assist each other in the areas of skills, knowledge, and development. But above all, South African cooperatives must strive to organize themselves and develop themselves under the APEX, SANACO, South African National Association of Cooperatives. Viva cooperatives.
The MF.
Mr. Speaker, it is common knowledge that India's and South Africa's relationship is a very long and powerful one. Madiba referred to Mahatma Gandhi as a sacred warrior, and Martin Luther King Jr. said India's Gandhiji is the guiding light of our technique of non-violent social change, and the king in 1956 traveled to India to deepen his understanding of Gandhi's principles. Gandhiji went on to say that the greatest integrity of an individual is one's one's religion. Our democracy is a struggle where communities have fought and lost lives for, not for some white cartoonist to make a joke of it and benefit at the expense of the people. Hinduism indeed advanced from the dark days of apartheid into the light of democracy and development. When over 1 billion people across the world celebrates Diwali, Deepavali, the triumph of good over evil and light over darkness, who worships Lord Ganesha as one of the greatest deity, such offensive cartoon is insensitive with smacks of racism and religious intolerance. Zapiro in Indian language is a dogla, meaning a loose maverick that can do as he pleases. He undermines the cornerstone of our democracy and undermines people's integrity. He also tried to make a laughing stock of our president. He is souring relationships between ourselves and outside countries. This kind of behavior must be condemned. Religions are indeed for all communities. When you insult them, it hurts. More especially the fact that nobody talked about the point Zapiro was trying to make about the cricket. They were saying he was insulting the religion. Parliament seriously needs to start looking into the limitation of cartoonists like Zapiro. The MF condemns this type of reckless, insensitive, and abusive figure of speech and call on Zapiro and the Sunday Times to withdraw and apologize, as it was a very short-sighted thing. Thank you.
The DA?
Speaker, the Goldman Sachs 2 Decades of Freedom report released yesterday shows that the unemployment in South Africa has increased significantly since 1994. According to the report, narrow unemployment is up by 5.6% in the past 2 decades and now sits at 25.7%, while broad unemployment is up by 5.3% and now sits at 36.8%. This report confirms that the ANC-led government has failed to tackle unemployment during its tenure. Last week, QLFS report revealed that 3.3 million young South Africans are not in employment, education or training programs, and that 6.8 million South Africans are unemployed or have given up looking. Despite some achievements made by the government, a 2-decade-long failure to tackle unemployment still mars the ANC track record. The DA, on the other hand, Speaker, is committed to actively build a job-creating economy. Where we govern, we continue to implement innovative strategies and encourage economic growth and sustainable job creation. We will do the same in other provinces, Speaker, where we are elected into government in next year's election. I thank you, Speaker.
The ANC.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. U-ANC unqoma ukhetho lokuchibiyela lwamawadi amathathu kwaNongoma oluhambe ngokukhulu ukuthula. Sibona abalandeli bamaqembu ehlukene ekhankasa ngomoya woxolo nokubambisana. Umzabalazo wokuthula ka-African National Congress endaweni yakwaNongoma ubonakala uthela izithelo. Amakhansela amathathu ayemele iqembu lenkatha emkhandlweni kamasipala wakwaNongoma anquma ukujoyina iqembu lika-African National Congress athi ilona qembu lodwa elikwazi ukuletha intuthuko kubantu nasezindaweni zasemakhaya. Ugesi uyafakelwa indawo yonke yakwaNongoma, izinkontileka zimba imisele zifaka amanzi emakhaya, imigwaqo iyakhiwa ingena emphakathini emakhaya. Lolu khetho lube ingqophamlando lapho abantu bakwaNongoma sibabone bevota ngokukhululeka bengenakho kwesatshiswa. Kuqopheke umlando ke lapho uANC ephumelela ngamalengiso kuWard 5. Sathola ikhansela lokuqala lewadi emkhandlweni wakwaNongoma. Lokhu kusho ukukhula kuka-ANC engena nasey'ndaweni ebekuthiwa ngoNgalibhadwa. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
The IFP.
Ngithokoza Somlomo. Ngifisa ukuqala ukusho ukuthi sihalalisa sonke ukuthula kube khona ukhetho kwaNongoma, kodwa okwenzekileyo umphumela akagunyazwa nokugcotshwa kuphelele ngoba kusekhona election commission esacubungulayo. Iqembu lenkatha likwazile futhi ngenhlanhla ukuphumelela enqobeni iward eMpumalanga. Ngiqhubeka Somlomo, ngifisa ukusho la ukukhalaza komphakathi nezakhamuzi zaseNtambanana ngokukhathazeka kokonakala kwendawo kunokubulawa kwabantu kumanje nasina abantu ababalwa eshumini nesihlanu 15 ababuleweyo kune Satellite Police Station ekhona endaweni yenkosi uMthiyane Mambuka kune police station ekhona intambanana okuyibhukana police station kodwa akuzwakali lutho oluzamaphoyisa kuhlunyezwa abesifazane badlwengulwa kanjalo namantombazanyana ayadlwengula eqenjini lenkatha sifisa ukuzwalisa ubuhlungu ngento eyenzakalayo umbutho ungakwazi ukusondela ngoba igilamkhuba abantu bayazazi zigika imkhuba emini kubuka noma ubani ngithokoza mna
Cope.
Mr. Speaker, since the effects of the financial crisis have rolled onto our shores, South Africa has sustained its first credit rating downgrade. Public debt has doubled, we struggle with a double deficit, our state wage bill is too high, and delivery protest is the norm. Despite this all, Goldman Sachs has reported how better off South Africa is after 20 years of democracy. Koos Becker has reminded us that more wealth was created in this 20 years than in the previous 300 years. The big question now is how will the next 20 years be? Luckily, we do have the National Development Plan. Let's all embrace this plan and campaign hard which party will implement it after the elections next year, because it will be all about implementation. Irvin Jim's comments on the National Development Plan that NUMSA will not campaign for the ANC unless the NDP is scrapped is a direct attack on the ANC. They want the NDP out of the ANC manifesto. His attacks will add to the already bad tensions in the ruling alliance. When Gwedi Mantashe referred to this alliance as a holy trinity, he surely could not include the rather unholy Mr. Jim, of which the NDP Secretariat in a rare statement said, and I quote, that Mr. Jim suffers from an infantile disorder that manifests as an acute aversion to anything rational, close quote. I see no holiness in the Trinity.
The ANC.
Grace Nene is a 53-year-old woman who has worked hard all her life. She has raised 3 of her own children and many others of her extended family on meagre wages earned as a domestic worker. She is a single parent and a sole breadwinner. In February this year, her mother died, and her culture requires that she gives her mother a dignified funeral. She takes a loan of 8,500 rand on top of an account she has been paying off for furniture since 2011. She agrees to pay it off in 24 months. The loan doubles with heavy interest, insurance, initiation fees, and grows to just under 16,400 rand. The burden is too great, and within 6 months, she's forced to approach a business who promises to take over the debt and reduce her monthly payments. But it doesn't come cheap, and more debt is added to her already unmanageable load. Grace is not alone in this situation. There are millions more like her caught up in spiraling debt and are then at the mercy of unscrupulous loan sharks. I pose this question to the House. What more can we do to control the excesses of the loan sharks and help the Grace Nenes to understand how the world of credit works? Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During my recent oversight visit at Makeleketla Windbag Hospital, I discovered that the facility is extremely understaffed. The problems I encountered at Windbag Hospital are as follows. A vacancy for the appointment of a hospital manager since 2011. 8 professional medical positions have been frozen. Due to the staff shortage, this 72-bed medical facility can only utilize 23 beds. The maternity ward does not have a dedicated midwife. The operating theatre has been closed due to the staff shortage. The hospital security is compromised with only 1 security guard at the time. Sometimes there's not even any security at the gate. A personnel absenteeism due to long hours. Some members of the staff have developed a stress-related illness. Yesterday, I was told that during lunchtime, the patients were given porridge without milk but with tea. Unfortunately, despite the medical professional best effort, Windberg Hospital does not function as it's supposed to. The DA for many years have been calling on the provincial government to prioritize the critical staff shortage. The current MEC of Health, Ntatebeni Malakwane, seems to be too busy to be dealing with his corruption charges against him and to be able to attend to the problem within his department. It is for this reason that the Democratic Alliance have been calling that we should suspend him. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Chozini Tiger Lodge, located in Chozini under Mkanyagute District Municipality in KwaZulu-Natal, is one of the success stories of public-private partnership stories in South Africa. The project was built from January 2008 and completed in December 2009, just in time for the 2010 FIFA Soccer World Cup. The project was funded by the National Empowerment Fund. A stake of 31% is owned by the community, and the private investors own 69%. The business has created at least 75 direct permanent jobs in this rural community. The project has proved to be very sustainable, recording 17,321 guests in the first year of operation, 24,301 guests in the second year, and 27,658 by the first quarter of 2013. The facility has seen a revenue increase of 117% in 212. In general, facilities take an average of 3 years to break even, but this facility reached a break-even point within the first 6 months of its operation. The key to success was that all key stakeholders were hands-on. They had a keen and vested interest in the long-term growth and sustainability.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Thank you.
That concludes member statements. Are there any ministerial responses? Honourable Nathi, followed by Honourable Pandu.
Well, thanks, Honourable Speaker. On the matter of Hutsong, I think all of us, first and foremost, and unambiguously, we need to say that nobody should be encouraged to take the law into their own hands, because there is no justification for that. That does not mean that we should not listen to what the community says and the issues the community are raising. And the point which has been made here is supported, that justice should take its course, but at the same time, we're not going to tire to engage our communities. The cluster yesterday, JCPS met, and we proceeded to go to Hutsong, and we spoke to the community members there. And we agreed that we need to have a follow-up meeting and discussion with them. But we emphasized the point that the only successful way of fighting crime and mob justice is when members of the community work with the police. There is no other way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pandu.
Thank you very much, Speaker. With respect to the statement on Chapter 9 institutions, we would agree that the public protector must play her role as a Chapter 9 institution with full appreciation of the obligations related to that responsibility. But we would urge that parties don't recognize that responsibility when it suits them, but hold to it all the time, in all cases, to be handled by the public protector or any other Chapter 9 institution. We certainly, Speaker, welcome the reference by the DA to the Goldman Sachs report, and we wish they had appreciated the important advances that have been made by South Africa since the advent of democracy and the leadership of the African National Congress in this country. The report acknowledges the advances made, not just on the economy, but on education, on services delivered to the people of South Africa, and on building a sustainable democracy in our country. Finally, we wish to assure COPE, the Honourable Member, speaking on the National Development Plan, that it will be an ANC government that implements that plan. We assure you we will win the elections in 2014, and we are committed to the National Development Plan. Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable Sinodi, Minister Sinodi.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. Ngicela ukuhambisana nobaba uZulu xa ethi sibonge bonke abantu namaqembu abenesandla ekutheni ukhetho lihambe kahle eNongoma. We really appreciate all efforts made by everybody that these elections, wherever they take place in our country, do so peacefully, because we think it is only under those conditions that those with the real programs that people aspire to will win those elections, such as they did in Nongo. Must we also add, Speaker, that the story of Makana, those who think can profit from acts of corruption politically must forget about it. Those who are corrupt will be sought after and gotten rid of. And there's no question about it. So hoping that you are throwing up a gamble to profit from it will not win you much. All we are saying is that we will systematically work through the process. The Minister of Justice announced a number of these actions, and therefore they are going to increase in their intensity, and we'll get rid of them one way or another. Thank you, Speaker.
Minister C. September.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to Honourable Sosibo on the statement that she has done on the on the Lonmin issue. Indeed, Honourable Member, the initiative in Lonmin, of course, is a direct response to the presidential request to improve the living conditions in the greater Rustenburg area. So for us, this is quite an exciting matter that has occurred by Lonmin, and it is progress that has been made so far. And of course, it will assist to eradicate all the challenges of integration and many of the other related human settlements matter in that area. We think it's an important step, of course, that has happened by Lonmin donating the land in the journey of course, contributing to the well-being of many of those very much needed communities in Lonmin, and in particularly the employees there. And so this donation of the land, of course, forms part of a commitment of ourselves to work very closely with all the stakeholders there, and of course in the development of integrated human settlement program for those communities that we will be able to occur now. So we are very pleased that Lonmin has taken the lead by making this donation of land, and of course we would urge and challenge all the other private sector companies to join hands with government, of course, in our journey as we strive to correct the wrongs of the past. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister, you have the floor. Yes, there are three of them. I'll take one at a time. Who wants to be first? Tabete.
Thank you very much. I would like to respond to the statement made by Honorable Mabasa on the BRICS Cooperatives Alliance. Yes, indeed, I agree with him that as a country we are lagging behind, of course, based on the historical background. But I'm glad to say that as a country, we strengthened the Cooperatives Act, and that's why we are going to set up the agency, the tribunal, as well as the training academy to make sure that we can train our cooperatives. But also to state that as we speak now, we are hosting the International Cooperatives Alliance, first of its kind to be hosted in an African country, and indeed it shows here in Cape Town. And it shows that the world is having confidence in us in dealing with the cooperatives. And I agree with you that we'll deal with the unemployment, inequality, and poverty if we implement what the amendments on the Cooperatives Act 2005 that we debated earlier on. If all of us can cooperate and make sure that we are in the spirit of cooperatives. They've proved to work well in countries like Kenya next door here to us, including Italy and others, and we've learned a lot from the international conference. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Masuta.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to respond to a statement made by Honorable Dambuza on her complimentary remarks to the two learners from Matatiel for scooping the awards at the science fair supported by the NRF, which is, of course, one of the agencies that the department uses as a tool both to support our science system, but also to support the supply pipe of the human capital from school level all the way to higher education and in the research sphere. There's a number of such similar initiatives that the Department of Science and Technology has been embarking upon to encourage young people especially to take a keen interest in pursuing careers in science and also pursuing careers that require math and science in order to support our science system, but also to seize the many opportunities that are going to emerge as a result of such major scientific projects that we've embarked upon, such as the SKA, which is going to result in a lot of new opportunities in engineering, in ITC. For example, it's estimated that the data that is going to be generated as a result of the SKA will require the capacity equivalent to the internet, the totality of the internet as we know it today, 100-fold. So you can imagine the kind of job opportunities that are going to arise as a result of that project coming to fruition. So we're going to need a lot of young people who have studied maths and science to take up these opportunities that are going to arise. And I thank you for bringing this to the attention of the South African people. Thank you.
That concludes the ministerial responses. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Debate on working together as communities to ensure the safety and security of women and children.
Thank you. The Honorable Dlakude, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, guests on our gallery. Honorable Speaker, it is incumbent upon us today to declare violence against women is an act of unlawfulness and must not go unpunished. It is an act of sabotage against the ideals of the Freedom Charter, which declares us all equal and which reads that the preaching and practice of national, race, or color discrimination and contempt shall be a punishable crime. The ANC holds these strong views and has clear policies and resolution for addressing the triple oppression faced by women. The real struggle faced by women in our society and in our community is with the pursuit of equality. I would also like to bring the attention of the House to Section 12, subsection 1C of the Constitution, which reads, Everyone has the right to freedom and security, which includes the right to be free from all forms of violence from either public or private sources. Honorable Speaker, in order for communities to fight violence against women and children, one has to be critical first of how we, in our own homes and communities, have treated women as subordinates to males. Patriarchy manifests itself in the form of wanting to dominate women, to control whether they work, whether they can make decisions about how they spend their money, whether they can choose what to wear, and so forth. In conflict-ridden society, you find that the most vulnerable people in society experience torture and sexual violence are women and children. Children are violated because they are typically treated as the belonging of women. And once you hurt a woman's child, you kill the spirit of that woman. Here in our own home turf, you find patriarchy raising its violent head when women choose to practice a particular sexual orientation. Lesbians, gays, bisexual, and transgender communities did not arise by accident, but by necessity to respond to objective realities. Domestic abuse is also influenced by the need to violently suppress women's choices and to exclude women from participating in society, more specifically in the economy. As South Africans, we need to start looking more into how violence is really a manifestation of power inequalities. When women are seen to be rising up economically, politically, and in terms of their self-esteem, they are pulled down again. We all know of people who believe that women should not earn more than men, that women belong in the kitchen, that independent thinking women are troublesome. Here lies the problem. Patriarchy invalidates the fear in equality. It is this economic disempowerment that has been found to be in prison when women in cycles of abuse by their spouses. And we condemn this violence, insubordination, and patronizing attitude towards women. The African National Congress condemns this on the strongest grounds possible. My focus is on women as citizens of South Africa, but also on women as members of society across the world. South Africa is a signatory to the United Nations and supports a range of its tools and policies on gender discrimination and abuse against children. The report on how South Africa implemented the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women illustrated that South Africa is serious about tackling gender-based violence. The country's comprehensive legislative policy framework is progressive, and we believe that our laws are representative and a dedicated responsiveness to gender discrimination. With the passing of the Domestic Violence Act, it now remains the state's resolve to train the South African police services to ensure that the full implementation of the Act. Serious legal judgments like those of Kamichel versus the state are fully using our legislation to reclaim the dignity of women. In this 2001 case, the judge stated that the state has a duty of protecting women against violence. Just as importantly, in S versus Baloyi in 2001, the court stated that freedom from fear was identified by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a fundamental right. Honorable Speaker, I would like to emphasize that South Africa's laws are written by communities themselves. Through public submissions, hearings, consultation, or lobbying of representatives, people are able to shape laws that protect them against violence. In this way, the government is able to respond to the needs of the vulnerable in our society. Other tools for addressing the patriarchal roots of the violence we are witnessing include using early childhood development programs to teach boys how to respect girls, especially since this can build the consciousness of males about their own role in gender inequality. Though the state has its own obligation, nemiphakathi yethu kufanele nayo ibambisane nahulumende ekulwisaneni naleli dlame lelibhekane nabomake kanye nebantwana. Kufanele ukuthi abantu bahambe bayofakaza emacaleni lawo lacondzene nekuhlukunyezwa kwabomake kuze leto tigilamkhuba titovalelwa tingaphinzi tibonakale emphakathini. Sibonga ukubambisana nema-NGOs lakhona emangweni lakwatiko ukuthi ancedise uhulumende ngokuthi advudvude futhi akhuthade labo bomake labasuka bahlukunyetiwe. Sikhuthata futhi nokuthi abantu abasukume batendele basebenzise temidlalo ukuthi imiphakathi ibuyisane. Basebenzise temidlalo kususa ebantwana etitradini lapho kunema drugs khona tidzakamiva letenda ukuthi tingcondo tebantu tilahleke kwesikhashana babe sebabona ukuthi bahlukumete bomake babende tigcila tabo temacansi. I once saw food gardens in Gugulethu and parts of Khayelitsha. Hunger would be a thing of the past in our people if our people could engage in food gardens that feed families and produce goods for markets and restaurants. Cooperatives can also be used as business enterprises and can generate profits that raise families out of poverty. President Jacob Zuma recently signed into law the Cooperatives Amendment Bill, which will improve how cooperative functions. Communities must take advantage of this. One can see how increasing the number of economic opportunities and forums for tackling tangible social matters can ultimately help us win the war against the violent manifestation of patriarchy in our communities. However, Honorable Speaker, this war against gender inequality will be won once both men and women work together towards the emancipation of women. Ngithanda kusho ke somlomo ukuthi sicela labo babili sinabo la endlini kanye nayo yonke imiphakathi ukuthi ababambisane nathi sibomake ekulwisaneni naleli dlame. Sitawukhona kulinqoba uma kusukuma bona kulama platform lesime kuwo bakhulume ngaleli dlame ngoba libulala sive ebantwana bethu balikusasa leli live ngaphandle kwabo asilutho. Ngiyabonga.
I thank the honourable member. I now recognize the honourable watchers.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the DA sends its condolences to the family of the toddlers killed in Diepsloot, as well as the community of Diepsloot at large. The combating of crimes against children is not only a parental responsibility, it includes the community at large, government, and us as legislatures. Our responsibility is to ensure that we pass laws that will protect our children and that government actually implements these laws. One mechanism we have passed in this House is to protect our children is that of the Child Protection Register. Unfortunately, despite being passed by this House some 6 years ago, the government has failed dismally in its implementation. So much so that I wrote to the South African Human Rights Commission and requested an investigation into why our government's failing to protect our children. The Commission found that by failing to adequately maintain and populate the Child Protection Register, the Department of Social Development is violating the rights of South Africa's children in terms of Section 28 of the Bill of Rights. I will repeat that. The Commission found that the Department of Social Development is violating the rights of South Africa's children in terms of Section 28 of the Bill of Rights. The report also found that 2 other line departments are currently failing our children, namely the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and the Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities. Among the Commission's investigations, many revelations and indictments, it found that the state is not fulfilling its objectives to protect children from abuse and neglect. The current Child Protection Register is not a true reflection on the crimes committed against children. Failure to adequately implement the register has rendered it ineffective. The coalition of submissions, receipts and recordings of data of the Child Protection Register is inadequate. The training of officials to fulfill obligations related to the register is inadequate, and that the Department of Social Development has had plenty of time to engage with the relevant departments and entities to ensure the register's success, but has simply failed to do so. In other words, the Department of Social Development could not be bothered. The Commission has recommended the following steps: that the Department of Social Development put in place urgent measures to ensure the Child Protection Register is accurately and fully populated, an updated Child Protection Register to be submitted to the Commission within the next 4 months, an audit of challenges and needs across relevant business units within the next 3 months, and this report to be provided to the Commission, that the Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities increases its frequency in monitoring the implementation of the register, that the Department of Justice is required to develop a comprehensive program for the training and sustained awareness of all relevant court officials, and that includes judges, magistrates and clerks of the court. The Justice Department consider a review of the Child Protection Register. I'm also writing to the chairpersons of the respective portfolio committees to request that each committee discusses the Commission's report in full. It is essential that this report results in decisive action to ensure that the rights of our children are protected. If the protection of children is a priority of this government, it is inexcusable that the very register created to protect our children from harm is at best dysfunctional and at worst non-existent. Speaker, earlier this year I submitted a private member's bill which aimed to include the crime of attempted rape as grounds to find someone unsuitable to work with children, and would have corrected a serious omission in the current legislation regarding the Child Protection Register. The small yet vital amendment would have ensured that these monsters found guilty of attempted rape would have been prevented from working with children. I still cannot understand why the ANC members in the Social Development Portfolio Committee voted against this important amendment. Speaker, while the Commission's report is a victory for our children, it will amount to naught if the government continues to fail to ensure that the recommendations are put into action. We as MPs cannot allow any government department to continue to violate the rights of children and undermine our Bill of Rights. Nor can we as legislatures continue to take orders from the Tuli House and vote against crucial safety ensuring legislation simply because the opposition introduced them. South Africa's children deserve more maturity from legislatures and deserve our dedication. I thank you very much.
Now I wish to invite the Honourable C.K. Musimani to the podium.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, South Africans lack hope and optimism. This is what Minister of Finance Pravin Gordhan said on Monday, speaking at the release of Goldman Sachs report at the Nelson Mandela Foundation in Houghton. One person asked the question, how can we not be hopeless if we know we are all living on a borrowed time of being raped and disemboweled? This was referring to the gruesome death of a young woman in Bredasdorp, Anene Boysen. Her rapist and murder is sentenced to two life terms. This must have sent chills down the spineless gang members who took part in gang raping and murdering Anene Boysen. The swiftness and turnaround time of dealing with this case deserves accolades. We are also hoping this will prevent first-time rapists and murderers from committing these gruesome crimes. If more first and serial rapists can be put behind bars, comments like, and I quote, "We have rape as a national sport. What would you like us to be so bloody hopeful about will change and South Africans will be cheerful. This will only happen when the DNA bill is passed and assented by President Zuma. There are 1,500 serial rapists that are hanging around in our neighborhoods around the country. When they are arrested, they manage to escape and evade law enforcement. When they are behind bars, the conviction rate is 4.9% of all reported cases. The DNA bill will enable the testing of rape convicts already in the system. This will also close a number of cold cases, hopefully leading to the linking of cases of multiple rapists already in jail. I would also like to assume that, judging by the use of DNA in investigating cases by forensic detectives, rate of arrest will also increase. The use of DNA is indeed bringing high hopes for women and children in South Africa. It is bringing back the optimism destroyed by lack of intervention and policy. Honourable Speaker, This is what South African men have been doing in the 2 decades of our hard-earned freedom. Women have been overpowered and raped in the comfort of their beds. Others are raped in front of their children and partners. Women are not safe and cannot walk on the street alone lest they are accosted by these sick people. Children are also unsafe at home and schools. If it is not gang violence in the street of Manebek, Khayelitsha, and Yanga, that puts women and children's life in danger. School-going children are sexually molested by teachers in school premises. In one Gauteng impoverished areas, Diepsloot, 2 Mali little girls were found raped and murdered in the toilet in the early hours of morning. Children are forced to grow up quickly and not enjoy their childhood. They cannot play in the parks because the sex predators are hanging around. Children are also victims of rape from their landlords. A 57-year-old man was saved by the police from mob after he raped an 8-year-old girl living in a shack on the man's property in Katlehong. Fathers are raping their infants and little girls instead of loving, nurturing, and protecting them. We need more mothers like the one at Chifulanani village in Toyando, who took her 2 children raped by their father to hospital instead of protecting him. Her actions are to be lauded because he is in behind bars. Congress of the People is aware that communities are more effective in catching the criminals. We would therefore like to encourage our communities to play a major role in assisting the police to track down sexual predators and hand them over the police. They must not take the law into their hands. It is better for rapists and murderers to rot in jail for the rest of their lives than to die instantly. They must own up to their deeds, alive and kicking. They are unable to cope in prison. This is why Ananias Mate sentenced to 54 years in prison in 2009 for rape, attempted murder, and other crimes tried many times over to escape. We have prisons like Mbogweni, CMAX in Kokstad, where Mate's last attempt to escape was prevented. All rapists and murderers of women and children must be sent at Mbogweni CMAX. Thank you.
Honorable L.L. van der Merwe.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy President. Last week, Times Live ran a story titled, "The Day Anine Booysen Did Not Turn 18. In parts, it read, and I quote, "Cornelia Olivier found herself slumped against a tombstone in Bredasdorp on the day her daughter Anine Booysen would have turned 18. It should have been a joyous day. The family would have laughed and celebrated together. Instead, Olivier spent several hours in the Swellendam Circuit Court with Johannes Kana, the man who raped and mutilated her child so badly that even the doctors who treated her were traumatized," unquote. We are faced in this House today, Honourable Speaker, with an issue that cuts to our hearts. But in this debate, one of the most pressing debates of our times, emotive statements must give way for decisive action. As legislators, we bear the responsibility to shape a society in which our children are safe. Clearly, we have failed. The death of Bongani Nkabinde at the hands of his schoolmates, the murder of the Diepsloot cousins, the stabbing of Makala du Plessis. These are lives, and their lives and deaths matter. But they are the few amongst many. The fact is that 3 children die in unnatural circumstances every day in South Africa, which is higher than the international average. This is a national crisis. Yet our government often responds with emotive statements where the correct response would be facing this crisis head-on and ruthlessly fighting all forms of crime, including the murder and rape of our children. The IFP has called for a debate on child prostitution. We have raised awareness of the plight of NGOs like Childline, who will lose funding because of government's new BEE codes. Knowing the statistics and sharing the pain of our people, the IFP is committed to eliminating the pervasive violence and abuse committed against our most vulnerable citizens. In South Africa, the violence-related death rate is nearly twice the global average. This is an indictment on our country, and without a clear national plan of action, we are ill-equipped to stop this evil. Violence against children flourishes in an environment in which their dignity is disregarded and their status diminished. Child abuse flourishes when it's hidden. It is our duty to raise awareness of child rights and to break the silence in our communities that tactically consent to child abuse in our homes and in our streets. We call on all South Africans today who suspect or know of abusive situations to speak out. Our children need our protection. South Africa has reached a moral crossroad, and unless something is done urgently, we are heading for moral bankruptcy. There are many things we can and must do to turn around this national crisis. In order for our communities to ensure the safety and security of our women and children, we must provide better support structures to parents. We must train far more social workers, and we can bring back the teaching of Ubuntu in schools. We must bring back discipline into our schools amongst both educators and learners, and we must promote family values. We must also encourage greater involvement in the fight against crimes amongst our community. We must see to the full implementation of the Child Protection Register, and we must allocate resources to the National Council Against Gender-Based Violence, which has yet to have any impact. And through prudent economic policy, we can break the cycle of poverty that often is fertile soil for hopelessness and crime. Our children deserve to be raised in homes and communities that respects their dignity and their rights, where violence is not tolerated and where there's always someone to step in on their behalf. We in this House must be that someone. I thank you.
I now invite the Honourable P. Groenewald to the podium.
Agbare voorsitter, as ons kyk na die onderwerp vir vandag, dan gaan dit oor die saamwerk van gemeenskappe om die veiligheid van vrouens en kinders te verseker. Nou wil ek begin, agbare spreker, om te sê, dit is so dat die gemeenskappe moet saamwerk. En gemeenskappe moet meer betrokke raak by mekaar. Want hoe gereeld gebeur dit tog nie dat ons sien dat vrouens en kinders mishandel word, maar dan sê ons wil liewers nie betrokke raak nie. Dit het niks met ons te doen nie. Dit is 'n verkeerde benadering ten opsigte van veiligheid van vrouens en kinders. En as 'n mens ook gaan kyk na die polisie se taak, dan weet ons dat hulle gemeenskapspolisieeringsforums waar hulle probeer om die misdaad te bekamp. Dit is ook verkeerd om te sê dit is net die polisie se taak om dan veiligheid te verseker. As 'n gemeenskap moet hulle hande kan vat, want dit gee ook 'n sein en 'n baie duidelike boodskap aan die minister van polisie as ons gaan kyk wat gebeur byvoorbeeld in plekke soos Koetsong, waar reg in eie hande geneem word. Dit beteken dat die gemeenskap op 'n punt gekom het en hulle voel dat hulle magteloos is teen hierdie golf van misdaad. En sal daar strenger en sterker opgetree moet word en meer sigbaar deur die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens. As ek dit sê, agbare spreker, dan wil ek ook sê dat ons kan hoeveel wette maak in hierdie nasionale vergadering. Maar 'n wet alleen is nie goed genoeg om veiligheid van vrouens en kinders te verseker nie. Die toepassing daarvan is die belangrike. Want ons het fantastiese wette. Ons het goeie wette in Suid-Afrika, maar die vraag is, hoe word dit toegepas? En dan wil ek kom na die individu self. Dat vrouens wat ook betrokke is en mans wat betrokke is by die opvoeding van hulle kinders. Speaker, as ons praat oor die gemeenskap, dan moet ons ook oor onsself praat. Ons moet onsself afvra, watter rol speel ek as 'n ouer om te verseker dat my kinders behoorlike dissipline het, dat hulle respek het, nie net vir hulle self en vir mekaar nie, maar ook vir ander individue en ook vir die gemeenskap. Want ek wil vandag vir u sê, as ons as ouers ons plig nakom en verseker dat ons kinders behoorlik opgevoed word, dan gaan ons baie minder probleme hê, selfs wat misdaad betref. Ek kan nie glo wat ek partymal lees in die media, dat daar kinders ontvoer is, maar as daar navraag gedoen word, nou waar was die ouers, dan het die ma byvoorbeeld by die shebeen gewees. Of die pa en die ma het nie geweet dat hulle kind sonder toesig is nie. Hoe kan 'n ma en 'n pa nie weet dat hulle kinders nie onder toesig is nie? Ons het 'n verantwoordelikheid as ouers om dit te verseker. En as ons wil vingers wys na die polisie of na die gemeenskap, dan moet ons weet, daar is ook vingers wat na elke individu van ons as ouers en as volwassenes wys, om te verseker dat daar behoorlike respek is. Want as daar respek is, dan gaan jy nie misdaad wil pleeg nie, want jy het dan daardie respek. Ek wil ook vir u sê, ons moet begin praat. As jy sien dat daar mishandeling is van vrouens en kinders, praat daaroor, rapporteer dit. Moenie sê, dit het niks met my te doen nie. Want op die einde van die dag is daardie mishandelde kind, as gevolg van die mishandeling, dalk 'n nuwe misdadiger wat ook jou gaan raak. Tree op, dan kan ons suksese behaal.
Honourable C. Dudley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the 2012-2013 financial year, according to the latest police crime statistics, nearly 50,000 crimes were committed against children around the country. Now, Dr. Richard Griggs, who heads up an NGO called Partner and has over 20 years of experience as a social scientist and evaluator of social programs, is of the opinion that South Africa needs a nation-building campaign of magnitude. All great nations, he says, develop their national identity with deliberate campaigns, and Dr. Griggs believes we could see a turnaround in less than 10 years if we commit to a mass campaign on understanding human rights that includes caring and respect for all. If there's no national unity or national cohesion, then it is one person competing against another for what is seen as limited resources, a recipe for disaster and violence. Countries with a strong national identity were built by deliberate campaigns. Now, the content of that campaign matters greatly. With the wrong focus, the result could be as problematic as Nazism was, but with careful planning, a strong democratic national unity could produce positive results. The ACDP believes that Christian democratic principles of justice, grace, forgiveness, love for others and for oneself, and a strong work ethic would go a long way to strengthening national unity and forming one people out of many diverse peoples. Where you have millions of people to impact, it is necessary to do it through an educational campaign on human rights that goes into homes, schools, churches, streets, etc. Now, the campaign must not just concern itself with the well-being of women and children, but include men. A major concern for the ACDP, however, is that real respect for human rights is not possible without respect for human life. And in South Africa, as with many other parts of the world, this concept has been clouded by confusion regarding a woman's right to reproductive health and a distorted right to take the life of a child growing in her womb. The inferior one lashes out and the superior one represses. And this results in children steeped in the unshakable assert their right to be higher than women on a domestic level. A deliberate campaign of national identity.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of violence against women and children is not in racial communities, at every age and in every income group. In Canada, for instance, with relatively low crime statistics, they have the Canadian Women's Foundation partner. I don't even want to touch to the women atrocities happening in the DRC and other war-torn areas. If, therefore, violence against women and children is a global needs to fail to address this issue, we in the UCDP have always been perpetrators of violence against women. There is no reason why there shouldn't be equal pay for men and women doing the same job in 2013. When we continue to have such subtle but profound violation violence against big education reforms, and by that I do not mean a one to influence policy direction. Our well-being and sanity is endangered. Our lives.
Mr. Speaker, the MF strongly believes that if we have to wage a war against poverty, crime and peace, we would think of our toddlers are truly a tragedy, and the MF truly condemns this kind of barbaric behavior. And our condolences goes out to the families of all the toddlers. Minister Lulu is absolutely correct by accurately describing it is a senseless and inexcusable. Our Constitution guarantees the right to life, and we must ensure that this right exists. And Minister Natim Tetwe indicated these are shameful incidents, and the MF believes the minister's call for communities to rally against the scourge is an accurate one. The number of cases reported is of concern, and therefore it is a thing that requires a joint effort as a nation. Further, this deep-seated problem needs deep psychological analysis as to why people would do this, and what is devastating is that most of these perpetrators are members of families and neighbors. Arresting these people is not a problem indeed. The justice system is working, and the police is working. The MF suggests that we should set up a team of experts comprising of psychologists and social workers to analyze the kind of behavior that come up as to why we should be having this. Whether it is linked to poverty or ignorance, and indeed, government needs to give this priority. This team should also analyze how many cases we had, looking for the common thing, and yes, indeed, precisely run a campaign based on the findings. Parliament should also perhaps look at to incentivize the arrest and detention of these people so that communities play a role in making indeed an invaluable contribution. We must therefore do everything to ensure that our children and women are protected against the inhumane circumstances that hampers their safety and security. Violence against women and children is definitely a fight that requires everyone who breathes South African soil and lives on South African soil to commit themselves to unselfishly. I thank you.
I now invite the Deputy Minister of Transport.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, fellow South Africans, the African National Congress Strategy and Tactics states that, and I quote, "The battle against crime cannot be separated from the war on want," close quote. Honorable Speaker, yes, indeed, the battle against crime cannot be separated from the war on want. Lack of access to economic opportunities, lack of land ownership, lack of education and training affecting 42% of South African women population, particularly rural women, leave them vulnerable and susceptible to crime. The crime statistics released by the Minister of Police indicate a steady decrease of 11.1% of crimes against women, and crimes against children, it indicates a decrease of 12.4%. While these trends are welcomed, Honorable Speaker, the figures remain unacceptably high, particularly because many of these are serious crimes such as murder, rape, and other violent crimes. For instance, in the yesterday's Sowetan newspaper, a gruesome article stated that a father raped his biological 1-month-old and 2-year-old little innocent girls whilst the mother attended an evening church service. These occurrences are becoming common in our country. However, Honorable van der Merwe, we have not failed. We are facing the scourge head on. But also, what complicates the situation is the fact that law enforcement agencies find it difficult to prevent them, as these atrocities occur among acquaintances in closed homes and in poor communities. Honorable members, the crime that is not frequently mentioned is the crime on our roads. 60% of road accidents, fatalities involve women and children. In any one fatal taxi or bus crash, the majority of people who die are women and children, as they are the ones who in the main use public transport. Road crashes bring frustration and a sense of loss and take away the very freedom which is a vehicle to bring about peace, security, and a stable family structure to our society. Road crashes are the largest unnatural killer of children in South Africa. Many are as a result of acts of lawlessness and can easily be regarded as murder and therefore are crimes. Honorable members will remember the recent truck and taxi crash that occurred in Field Hill, Pinetown, as a result of an allegedly fake license and unroadworthy truck. 23 people were killed, and the majority of them being women and children. Let me just focus on 2 road crashes, key drivers. The first one is the excessive speed or speeding too fast for prevailing circumstances, which account for about 30% of all road crashes. Honorable members, the second key driver is drunken driving. It is seriously worrying that there is a remarkable increase in the number of young women between 24 and 35 years who drive under the influence of alcohol. During alcohol roadblocks, 1 in 4 arrests we make are women. Attributed to this as a myriad of factors, among which the social trends play a role. It is for this reason that the Department of Transport has commenced on the 365 Days of Road Safety program that talks to the United Nations Decade of Action for Road Safety Pillars, and of course the 4 E's, that is the education, which is awareness, enforcement of the law, engineering, and evaluation. Our call to all citizens is to obey the rules of the road and not commit road-related crimes. Honorable members, women and children's rights are entrenched in the Constitution, in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Directed by the belief that the battle against crime cannot be separated from the war on want, the ANC-led government has vigorously pursued the national agenda for women empowerment to provide them with a higher quality of life and reduce the level of poverty among women so that they too can contribute to the economic development of this country. Honorable members, to mention but a few of the significant strides made by the government in addressing these challenges, it is the remarkable milestone in the broadening ownership of assets, including houses and land, to historically disadvantaged groups such as women and rural communities, as it is articulated by the National Development Plan 2030 vision. Since October 2010, when the new growth path was adopted, to May this year, more than 646,000 new jobs were created. Of these, 366,000 new jobs were created particularly for women, which is 57% of the total created new employment package. No doubt we are on course, and no doubt we are not failing. The new growth path calls for greater economic inclusion through small business and youth development. Policies before 1994 largely excluded young black people. And Mr. Honorable Walters, how hilarious that those responsible for youth exclusion go around spreading the propaganda that suddenly they care about young black people simply because all that they want is just their vote and nothing else. Remember Judge Leon, the father of the leader, Mr. Tony Leon, sentenced Solomon Mahlangu to death for fighting for black youth economic inclusion, and this is a fact. Prior to 1994, there were between 8 and 9 million employed South Africans. Today, we have more than 13.6 million employed people, more than 4 million new jobs created under the democracy. Today, 1.6 million more young people under 35 years are working than in 1995. Schools and universities enrollment for young women have dramatically increased. In fact, in less than a decade, we more than doubled the number of graduates in labor market. Just this year, a youth empowerment accord was signed, bringing together the full efforts of both a public and private sector. The accord provides for a comprehensive approach which includes incentives, commitments, and actions to address the youth employment challenge. In transport, the historically male-dominated sector, we have taken concrete steps to empower women and youth, both in government and industry at large. During the 2012-13 financial year, Central trained 21,034 people in road building projects at the cost of about 23 million, of which 9,470 are women. We established a Women in Rail program, and 1 billion is allocated for this financial year to empower and improve women representation and facilitate technical skills development and support. In maritime, we have sent 11 masters and 2 doctorate female students to study maritime-related courses at Malmö University in Sweden. We are concretely in transforming the aviation industry in terms of gender parity and racial representation. The doubting Thomases can continue with their pessimism. We are on course. To fight crimes against women and children, the South African Police Service has established the victim-friendly rooms at station level and family violence, child protection and sexual offences FCS units at cluster level. A total of 83.18%, which is 3,757 convictions were secured. The conviction rate of crimes against children younger than 18 years sent to court is 75.98%. In total, about 499 life sentences have been realized by the FCS unit on crimes against women and children. However, government alone cannot fight against crime. We would like to thank communities for taking an active role in reporting crime. We urge communities not to take law into their hands, but work with the state law enforcement agencies. We call upon all those good men to provide leadership in their communities and say, not in our name. Our political will to fight crime is unyielding, and we are soldiering on. Honorable members, working together with communities, public sector, private sector, and civil society, we shall stand our case and reduce road fatalities and injuries. We shall improve the lives of women and young people. We shall reduce all crimes against women, children, and all South African citizens. We have created a more inclusive economy, seeking to address the need for all South Africans, 51 million people of South Africa, and not just 4 million provided for during the apartheid, for which many seated in this House benefited. Honorable members, as we approach the 16 days of activism, we must at all material times fight against women and children abuse. More than ever before, we are resolute in making a difference, and definitely we are on course. As a matter of fact, I wanted to respond to Honorable Walters, but unfortunately, he came here to display laziness, in that he comes here to selectively read a commission's report, nearly committing plagiarism. So I have nothing to say. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable Robertson.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, we South Africans have been shocked to the core in recent months by the extent of the violence perpetrated against defenceless babies, toddlers and teenagers, and it makes one wonder whether the perpetrators are indeed human beings or monsters. What turns people into these callous killing and maiming machines? What has happened to the Ubuntu for which South Africans used to be known? Why are we now known for these heinous crimes? In 2012, Interpol reported that of all its member countries, South Africa has the highest number of reported rapes per head of population. In 2011-12, more than 64,500 sexual offences were reported to the South African police. In 2009, a study by the Medical Research Council found that more than 25% of South African men have committed rape. And of those, nearly half said they had raped more than one person. Underreporting of incidents of violence is an even bigger issue. Research done by the MRC and Gender Links revealed that only 1 in 25 rapes in Gauteng are reported to the police. This points to the failure of SAPS and the criminal justice system to deal with crime. A shocking state of affairs when we read daily about rogue cops, corruption within the ranks of those who are supposed to protect the defenseless and enforce law and order. Fear of stigmatization and secondary victimization are also factors. Navi Pillay, the UN Commissioner for Human Rights, commented on South Africa's low arrest and conviction rate of rapists. This is not only a shocking denial of justice for the thousands of victims, but also a factor that has contributed to the normalization of rape and violence in South African society. What we need is a national strategy to end gender violence and against children. This has been called for by a group of civil society organizations who've written to the President requesting the establishment of a special fund to fight gender-based violence, which will provide 10 million over the next 10 years to fund a multi-sector response to prevent and reduce the effect of gender-based violence in all its forms. Now, in this time of tightening our belts, you might say, oh, we do not have enough money. But do you know that the Nkandla security upgrades could fund the rape crisis budget of 7 million for 29 years? By the time that the security upgrades and consultants' fees have been paid on the Nkandla development, it will have cost 206 million, which is 100 times more than what has been provided for Tutuzela centers. Recently, on Carte Blanche, I watched a program about violence and bullying within some of our schools. It was shocking to see the aggression and cruelty of learners, not only towards their peers, but to their teachers. The question was asked, should teachers get danger pay? What has happened to the safe and nurturing environment that schools used to provide, where education was the main tool of upliftment? We cannot wait. South Africa needs a holistically, fully funded commission of inquiry to investigate why our gender-based violence laws and policies are not being properly implemented, why the Chapter 9 institutions are failing us. Like many others, I have a dream that South Africa will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice, that patriarchal attitudes and gender-based violence will be eliminated, and that women and our precious children will not be violated and abused. May each one of you help to make our dream for our nation and its children come true. We need to get on track, Minister of Transport. That is more important. Gender-based violence and looking after our children, not talking about taxis in a speech about violence and children. Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Women, Children and People with Disability.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable Members. Let me thank Honourable Members for participating in this debate and in fact thank all the parties who have contributed valuable inputs into this important debate, who understand that this is a challenge for all of us, not just government. But for the DA, of course, this was another political football that they thought they could use to ensure that they can score a few cheap political points at the expense of a tragedy of the killings and rape of our children. Honourable Speaker, we all have to take responsibility, and we must all ask ourselves the question, as individuals, as families, or political parties, what have we done in our community today to make women and children safe? This will lead us all to a collective sense of responsibility towards the women and children in our families, in our neighborhoods, in our communities, and in our country broadly. It is only through our ongoing collective efforts in every street within our communities that we can begin to partner with civil society organizations, the police, social development, justice, and health practitioners for a holistic approach to prevention and intervention mechanisms to address the violence perpetrated against women and children. The Department for Women, Children and People with Disabilities, within its coordination and facilitation mandate, has been working together with various departments, NGOs, and CBOs through the National Council Against Gender-Based Violence on a number of campaigns aimed at ensuring that we put all our resources together and strengthen the campaign to end gender-based violence. In this regard, we have launched a campaign with the South African Football Association trying to focus on the youth, which provides us a platform to call upon soccer players and fans to join hands to eliminate gender-based violence, because the involvement of men, as many of the speakers have said, is specifically will ensure that we engage men in the call to end gender-based violence. This is critical if we are to significantly reduce or eliminate the high levels of violence against women and children. We launched this campaign at the FIFA soccer game between Bafana Bafana and Botswana at the Moses Mabhida Stadium on the 24th of August this year. We also joined the Brothers for Life campaign, which was organized by men to mobilize men to say, "Not in our name, enough is enough." This was held in Johannesburg and led by the Deputy President during the Women's Month. We are also working with Lead South Africa in an initiative to ensure that the media provides space to continuously write articles about gender-based violence, educating the public on this scourge. In addition, we are working with community radios also to ensure that they educate the public on gender-based violence and how it impacts negatively on the lives of women and children. We also believe it is important to ensure collaboration with our religious leaders. In this regard, we have worked with the National Religious Council, which comprises the Christian faith, including the SACC, the Muslim, Hindu, and Jewish communities. They have joined hands with the department in the fight against gender-based violence. Religious leaders have committed to highlight in their planned and daily activities the plight of abuse of women and children. They also are planning to involve young people, families, and society at large to understand and uphold the Bill of Responsibilities towards prevention of gender-based violence within a rights-based approach. They have also committed and have started to write in the media and educate communities about gender-based violence. Our Constitution recognizes our diversity, particularly cultural diversity, and therefore it is essential, because of the important role played by our traditional leaders, particularly in our rural areas, to work with them in fighting this scourge. We have established a relationship with the National House of Traditional Leaders, including all heads of the various provinces and the leadership of Contra-Lesa. They have committed that they will join the campaign and contribute to the elimination of gender-based violence. They have condemned the atrocious crimes committed against women and children, including against elderly women. The National House of Traditional Leaders has gender fora who are already part of the National Council Against Gender-Based Violence. They will use these platforms to educate and raise awareness in rural communities, particularly working with the wives of traditional leaders as influential members of their communities and leaders. Ondlunkulu will be leading this campaign in the fight against gender-based violence in our rural communities. Traditional leaders are also working with government structures such as the National Prosecuting Authority on a project they call Ndabezita, which is focusing again on fighting gender-based violence. The President has led from the front. He has established an interministerial committee which comprises a number of ministers led by the Minister for Social Development with the mandate to investigate the root causes of gender-based violence in our country. The President has also committed to the UN campaign, Say No and Unite Against Gender-Based Violence, which is also called the Orange Day Campaign, which is an international campaign to end gender-based violence against women and children. This campaign is part of the 365 Days National Action Plan, and it takes place on the 25th of every month. We have already launched this campaign in various provinces, including KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, the Western Cape, the Free State, Gauteng. This month, the campaign will be taking place in the Northwest, where we will also be launching the 16 days for no violence against women and children. The launch of the campaign will be led by the President in the Northwest on the 24th of this month, and we invite all of you to be part of this campaign, but also we will close the campaign in Limpopo, in Gazankulu, on the 10th of December, and we invite those members who are available to be part of this important campaign. The multisectoral approach of government to prevent and to intervene, working with communities, is critical. Communities remain the front line of prevention and intervention mechanisms that would also assist in ensuring that we end the scourge of gender-based violence.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Your time is up now.
We want to call on all communities to work with us to ensure that the safety and security of women and children, and we continue to say no bail for these heinous crimes, and let's have the harshest sentences against those who perpetrate these crimes. Malibong.
That concludes the debate. Order. Honourable members, Honourable Bula has requested an opportunity to give an explanation in terms of Rule 69. I now grant him that opportunity. Honourable member, please keep your explanation brief.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to withdraw the word that I used in my mother tongue in the member statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your explanation will be recorded. Second order. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on 2013 Division of Revenue Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Second reading debate, Division of Revenue Amendment Bill.
Honorable Sokoni.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President.
Honorable members, sorry, Honorable Sokoni. Honorable members, the level of noise is getting higher and higher.
Thank you for protection, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy President, I've said, honorable members, honorable comrades from Eguruleni, Sanbonani. Honorable Deputy Speaker, please allow me to take this opportunity to table before you the statement of the Standing Committee on Appropriation of the 2013-2014 Division of Revenue Amendment Bill. The statement highlights the changes which have occurred in the 2013-2014 Division of Revenue Act in all three spheres of government. The amendment of the Division of Revenue Bill was tabled by the Minister of Finance together with the medium-term budget policy statement and the Adjustment Appropriation Bill on the 23rd of October 2013 in this House. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa requires that an Act of Parliament provided for the equitable division of revenue raised nationally among the national, provincial, and local spheres of government. As such, Financial and Fiscal Commission has been consulted and their recommendations have been taken on board. Section 9.1 of the Money Bill Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act of 2009 requires that the Standing Committee on Appropriation must consider and report on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill after the fiscal framework has been adopted. It is against this backdrop, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that the committee is reporting on the changes taking place in the 2013-2014 Division of Revenue Act. The committee welcomes the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill 2013, which should ensure that the lives of our people are improved. The committee noted the downward revision of the national allocations, which resulted on the upward revision of the provincial and municipal allocations, where an amount of 3.058 billion was moved from the national allocation to increase provincial and municipal allocations. The provincial upward adjustment is meant to cater for the following: for the increase in the cost of wages for 2013-2014 due to higher than anticipated inflation. 2, to assist provinces with increased cost of upgrading clerical positions as per the Department of Public Service and Administration 2012 circular. 3, the transfer of payments for devolution of property rate funds which were not transferred in 2012-2013. The committee welcomes the allocation for hosting the African Nations Champion Football Tournament and the emergency medical services for the 3 host cities in the Free State, Limpopo, and the Western Cape. The committee also noted the declared under-expenditure on the health facility revitalization grant component, which has been converted to a direct grant, which led to the downward adjustment of the national health grants. The upward adjustment for the local government equitable share allocation is meant to cater for the following: 1, rollovers for the Pelapela local municipality, which was not transferred in 2012-2013 due to non-compliance. 2, rollovers for the Regional Park Infrastructure Grant project in 5 municipalities. 3 rollovers for the Rural Household Infrastructure Grants, rollovers for Naledi local municipality in the Free State for expanded public works program integrated for municipalities, a new municipal disaster recovery grant to repair significant flood damages in the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and KwaZulu-Natal. The only concern, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the committee has is around the rescheduling of the Rural Household Grant. This grant is aimed at providing capital funding for the reduction of rural water and sanitation backlogs. The committee is of the view that the rescheduling of the Rural Household Grant to an indirect grant may not result in improvements in the grant performance. The committee is also concerned about the level of debt owed by other spheres of government to local municipalities, Comrade Mashiko, for basic services. Therefore, we would like to urge all those who are the recipients to pay for those services. The lack of payment of municipal services by other government departments destroys the capabilities to those local municipalities to collect adequate revenues to deal with service delivery backlogs. Honorable Speaker, we think that working together, we will always do more to address poverty, inequalities, and unemployment. The ANC supports the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sokoni. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? No objections. Agreed to. The bill. Secretary will read the bill second time.
Division of Revenue Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the 4th to 9th orders.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Water and Environmental Affairs on National Environmental Management Integrated Coastal Management Amendment Bill 2013. Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Water and Environmental Affairs on National Environmental Management Air Quality Amendment Bill. Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Water and Environmental Affairs on National Environmental Management Protected Areas Amendment Bill 2013. Second reading debate, National Environmental Management Protected Areas Amendment Bill. Second reading debate, National Environmental Management Integrated Coastal Management Amendment Bill. Second reading debate, National Environmental Management Air Quality Amendment Bill.
Honorable Minister of Water and Environmental Affairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, and Honorable colleagues in the House. Let me first of all start by commending the Portfolio Committee on Water and Environmental Affairs under the able leadership of Advocate De Lange for finalizing 5 very important bills that were placed before them, 3 of which we are discussing today. They are very, very important bills for the Department of Environmental Affairs as well as the provinces. Once promulgated, these bills will go a long way to close the identified regulatory gaps and the progressive realization of the environmental rights set out in Section 24 of our Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. These bills are the first one, the bill under NEMA, which is an Air Quality Amendment Bill. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this bill will enhance service delivery as it provides for the establishment of the National Air Quality Advisory Committee to advise the Minister on quality-related matters. And the members of this committee will be appointed in accordance with the provision of the National Environmental Management Act, the Air Quality Act 2004. One of the important aspects of the bill, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is that it now compels the Minister to establish an advisory committee, which is currently a discretionary power in terms of the Act. This was amended because of public submissions received during the public consultation process. The advisory committee will not only advise the Minister on current and future trends of air quality matters, but it will also give feedback mechanisms on the implementation of the Air Quality Act. The bill is important and closes very important regulatory gaps with respect to the implementation of atmospheric emission licenses. Clause 3 inserts a new section 22A of the Act to provide for the consequences of unlawfully conducting a listed atmospheric emission activity without the necessary authorization. And this clause will address these scenarios. Firstly, where atmospheric emission takes place without an environmental impact assessment, which must be addressed through Section 24G of the National Environmental Management Act 1998, where activities operated without the necessary registration certificate under the Atmospheric Pollution Prevention Act number 65, and thirdly, where activities operated had an EIA environmental authorizations granted, but no atmospheric emission license was issued, which must be addressed through Section 22A. This clause, which emulates Section 24G of the NEMA, sets out the process and information required for such application. And the clause also provides for licensing authority with various options when considering such an application. And the clause further provides for the payment of an administrative fine not exceeding 5 million rand before restarting an activity. In other words, it does not indemnify any person who starts an activity. The amendment on Section 29 is also important in monitoring, evaluation, and reporting of approved pollution prevention plans. The information that's collected in the process of monitoring is important to ensure compliance with our international obligations in relation to climate change. And Section 53 is amended to be able to obtain the information on greenhouse gases, which is our international obligation as required. Clause 5 will also insert new subsection in the Section 36 of the Act. The licensing authority, Honorable Deputy Speaker, will also deal with the issues of powers and functions of MECs and minister. The additions proposes that in instances where the licensing authority fails to take a decision within the time period that's set, an applicant may request the minister, the MEC or the minister to do so. This is not currently the case. The licensing authority who has a power to issue an atmospheric license is usually vested in the relevant local authority. However, Clause 5 will designate the minister to be the licensing authority where the applicant for atmospheric emission license is a provincial organ of state who have been delegated by the municipality the power to issue such emission licenses. I'm moving on in the interest of time to the next bill, Honorable Deputy Speaker, which is the Integrated Coastal Management Bill. This bill takes an important step in securing the natural assets of the sea and the beaches belonging to the people of South Africa, and at the same time ensuring that organs of state can use these assets to the benefit of all. The Act creates the notion of coastal public property, which gives special status to the beaches. The sea and the seabed is part of a coastal public property. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Republic of South Africa's public property into the sea extends to our sovereign waters, 200 nautical miles, and will soon include the continental shelf once South Africa's claim has been finalized, as we have submitted a claim through the UN. This notion is progressive and realizes a good balance between environmental integrity, public ownership, and economic growth. Having vested ownership of these natural assets in the citizens to be held in trust by the state, the current Act fell short of securing the proper use and ownership of structures within coastal public property by organs of state. And the current Act did not clearly deal with the impact of coastal public property in other organs of state that own assets or operate in the sea space. The bill now clarifies the ownership of coastal public property, which is important for job creation and economic development. Our ports are gateways to economic growth and stability, as it is a conduit for exports. More than 90% of South Africa's exports are done through the ports. The bill also enables more efficient regulation of ports activities such as dredging, and dredging is an integral part of functioning of the ports in South Africa. The bill enables easier operation of ports in increasing the time period for, of permits. The bill clarifies reclamation. Reclamation enables us, Honourable Deputy Speaker, to be able to use an area which would otherwise be covered by water, and it is especially important as we discover the economic importance of our oceans and coasts. The bill simplifies processes and improves, and also streamlines governance structures to facilitate accountability and integrated coastal planning and intergovernmental cooperation. It aims to address regulatory gaps, but also consolidate and simplifies coastal EIAs, coastal leases and concessions, coastal access fees and delegations. It simplifies technical definitions such as high water mark and estuaries and makes adjustments to account for climate change. It also clarifies national arrangements, making obligations and consequences easier to understand and implement. The bill also strengthens the offences and penalties by consolidating offences from 3 to 2 categories and creating higher penalties. South Africa is very proud, Honourable Deputy Speaker, to have legislation such as the Integrated Coastal Management Act, and this amendment bill, which is a leading legislation within the continent and beyond, goes a long way in managing critical oceans and coastal resources in an effective and holistic way. The last bill that I would like to deal with is the Protected Areas Management Bill. This amendment bill marks an important milestone in the final steps towards implementing and restructuring of government, which saw a separation between the fisheries and environmental functions. The amendment bill gives effect to the presidential proclamation by clearly separating environmental and fisheries functions and ensuring that there is appropriate consultation and cooperation between the functions overlaps. The bill brings marine protected areas within the Protected Areas Act and ensures cooperative governance within fishing zones. It further enhances accountability and good governance with environmental management managing authorities and promote holistic management of all protected areas, marine protected areas as well. All existing marine protected areas are retained, and amendment generally brings the management of marine protected areas under the purview of the Protected Areas regime, the regime of this act. The bill facilitates integrated and cooperative management of a country's conservation estate, which is highly regarded in international circles. And this marks an important step in implementing the vision of the presidential proclamation and restructuring of government to enhance priorities of government. The marine protected areas enable environmental integrity, whilst at the same time increasing productivity. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to indicate that these are very, very important as marine protected areas, not only for conservation, but also for economic activities such as tourism, for our country, South Africa, and the international visitors, for fishing and recreation. They provide protection, economic use, opportunities, and job creation. I would like to thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thanks once again the Portfolio Committee for having done such a wonderful job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Tilange.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Honourable Members. I want to start with some thank yous. Firstly, to my long-suffering Portfolio Committee. I want to, across party lines, thank all the members for the tremendous work that they've done. At the moment, we've been trying to process 8 pieces of legislation, of which we've now finalized 5, and 3 of them are on an advanced stage of finalization. So I really want to thank all the members for working going that extra mile. And then to the Department, Minister, Deputy Minister, for the excellent support and services you've given us. We want to thank you as well, Minister, and the Department. Today we were going to deal with 4 pieces of legislation. You've heard we're only dealing with 3, and I'll give some background to that. Firstly, the Protected Areas Act that we are passing today, there's been a difference of opinion as to the tagging of this bill. The bill is tagged presently as a 75 bill. The committee is of the view that it should be tagged as a 76 bill. So this matter will now, although we debate today, it will be referred back to the committee until this tagging issue has been dealt with, and then the bill will be passed. The fourth bill that's not here today that we've passed in the committee is the South African Weather Services Act bill. This bill was introduced in November of 2011 in Parliament. It was tagged as a 75 bill. And then after we had processed the bill, one or two constitutional matters were raised, and this bill was withdrawn and then introduced again in July of this year. On Tuesday, when we passed this bill, we heard for the first time that this bill hasn't been tagged in Parliament. So hence, we won't be able to debate the bill. Let me then turn to the three bills, all three of them dealing with environmental matters. As you are aware, the National Environmental Act of 1998, we call it NEMA, is the umbrella environmental framework legislation which provides the bedrock for environmental management in South Africa. Then there are other specific environmental management acts, we call them SEMAs, were promulgated thereafter deal with specific medias of the environment, air quality, coastal management, protected areas, etc., etc. Today we are amending three of those SEMAs. As you've heard from the Minister, they are complicated in some senses. Let me firstly deal with the Air Quality Amendment Bill. Now, the issue of air quality is relatively complicated in our constitutional dispensation because it's one of those matters, air quality and air pollution, that has been given to local government to deal with. And so today in our country, when atmospheric emission licenses have to be given, they are given by local government. Now you can imagine, we all know that there are difficulties at local government with capacity, and particularly complicated capacity like this, where companies want to open a factory, they're going to emit atmospheric emissions, and then they want licenses. And so we've had quite some problems at a local government level with the issuing of these licenses, and we're going to deal with them. But the constitutional dispensation does create some problems. You know that in our Constitution we have Schedule 4, which deals with concurrent powers. Environment and nature conservation fall under concurrent powers. At one stage, the Constitution was amended to deal with local government issues. At that probably the Minister of Finance was probably part of that, and I probably opposed it at that time, and now that's why I'm getting my own back at this stage. The Constitution was amended, and there were certain issues around local government also added to Schedule 4. And those issues then are dealt with in the Schedule 4, but they're administered at local government level. Air pollution is one of those. But the problem is, of course, they've put it in Schedule 4, which is a concurrent power between national and provincial. And so you can imagine the kind of constitutional scenarios that arise when one tries to debate this issue. So it is a bit of a complicated issue, and we've tried our best to stay within the confines of our Constitution. Now, as I've said, there are certain capacity problems at local government, and no one wants to take away the powers of local government, but equally, especially for developmental purposes, for example, giving licenses to open factories and so on, we cannot also be reliant totally on the capacity of local governments that can't produce and can't give these licenses and can't follow up. And so what we've done is to create a whole host of tools in the area of the environment. And those tools will able to allow interventions from higher up in government to local government to be able to make sure that those functions are fulfilled. So one is not trying to take away the functions of local government. You're trying to capacitate local government. There are certain procedures that have to be followed, and only when there's a failure not to be able to do something within the time frames, then one, of course, allows your MSc or your minister in the area of environment to be able to intervene and to take over the functions. And for example, in that specific application, I want to emphasize, in that specific application that has been applied for, in that application then the MSc or the minister can then take over the decision and issue or not issue such a license. We've also provided that when such a power is moved from the local government up to the MSc or to the minister, to make sure that their timeframes are also applicable to them. And if the MSc, for example, were not to fulfill and intervene this and do this function properly, and within the timeframes, of course, then the applicant can also make an application to the minister. So you can see we've created a very nuanced system where we've tried to make sure that where there's a failure to meet the timeframes, that applicants can then try and go to a higher authority. The higher authority we've set out in the Act, all the procedures must then be followed. Most of them is of an assisting nature to try and let local government fulfill their function, and only after all that is done and there's a failure, then the function will be taken over by the MSc or the minister. The second area that we've dealt with is to make sure that those functions that are usually fulfilled in the area of atmospheric emissions at a national level, to make sure that the national minister is the national competent authority. And there are 5 such instances in the Act, again, to make sure that there's a proper functioning of the system. Firstly, where the provincial organ of state is the applicant for an atmospheric emission license, then your minister will be the competent authority. Where there's a trans-municipal application, of course, then they cannot, one of them can't deal with it, then the minister will be the national competent authority. Then in the NEMA and in the Waste Acts, the minister is a competent authority in certain areas. In those areas, in the area of air emissions, she will remain the competent authority. Then you will remember in NEMA we explained last time that we've allowed, where there are big infrastructure projects, that Cabinet can actually decide that that infrastructure is a national priority. Then if it's a national priority, the decisions around those environmental issues for air emissions will then be dealt with at your national minister. And then lastly, the complicated area of mining activity. We're already busy with the department, the Committee on Mineral Resources, to try and harmonize and synchronize all the licensing procedures for the environment and for mining. And to facilitate that process, we're also making the minister your competent authority where there's a mining activity and we are dealing with atmospheric emissions. Of course, we've provided that where the minister deals with the mining matter, she will do so after consultation with the municipality. Then, as I said to you previously when we dealt with NEMA, our environmental laws did not have procedures when people proceed with activities that actually have not been authorized and it impinges on the environment. And so we amended Section 24G of NEMA in the previous legislation. But in the area of air quality, we have not got a similar clause. Where there's unlawful activities taking place, there is no procedure for the minister to be able to intervene and create remedial action. We have now provided for such a procedure in the legislation. But it's been quite complicated to do it, so we've dealt with 3 different scenarios. Firstly, when there is a lack of an EIA and someone has started to emit emissions, in that instance, Section 24G of NEMA will still be applicable and not this Act. But when the old Act, the forerunner of this Act, which we call APA, the atmospheric something, something, something or the other, when that Act was in operation, there were also unlawful activities under that Act. And we've now provided that unlawful activities under that Act can be dealt with, the procedures we provided for in this Act. And the third scenario is the instance where someone has an EIA, but they start emitting emissions in their factory when they don't have a license yet. In that instance, we provided that there are procedures now in this Act that will make sure that the minister has powers to intervene and take remedial action. There are quite a few other issues under that Act, but I will skip them for now. The second act is the Integrated Coastal Management Act, a very important piece of legislation. It's a thick act that deals with all aspects of the sea and the coast. Now, we have been bedeviled for a long time with the major concept and definition in this act, which is public coastal property. Public coastal property. Now, public coastal property is all that territory in South Africa from your high water mark right into the sea until where we have our territory ends. That is called your coastal public property. Coastal public property is kept by the state in trust for the citizens of this country. No one should be able to own that property. And this act has had this for some time now. But the previous act, when it was passed, it did two things. It amended some of these clauses, and in the end, the amendment, particularly organizations like Transnet, felt that these amendments that were made previously do not clearly cater for what they want. And secondly, in that previous act, there was an exemption created where Parliament on certain occasions can pass a resolution and can then exclude certain land from the definition of coastal public property. Now, of course, that is absolutely a loophole for disaster. Some of you will remember some of the problems we had here on the waterfront when Transnet tried to give away half of South Africa to private owners and try to sell off the land. So what we've done now is we've created a very clear definition of this coastal public property. We've very clearly stated that infrastructure, particularly in ports and harbors, that remains the property of whoever the owner is. Usually it's Transnet. So we've stated that very clearly. And we've also stated clearly, because Transnet came and they also wanted the sea. They wanted to own the sea. The sea in the harbor, they said, no, they want to own that. That should belong to them. So we said, you know where you can jump off? Right off at this stage, you can jump off the bus. We're not going to allow that. What we then did make very clear is that the use of the sea space in a harbor or a port, that will not be affected by this legislation. So I think we are quite clear now on this definition. There shouldn't be further problems. I think everyone is as happy as one can be. Of course, if you understand that the previous regime also included leases over coastal properties, we're doing away with the whole lease system, because sometimes you have leases that are 99 years. It's equivalent to ownership. So we're doing away with the lease system of properties. That will be phased out over a period of time, and we're introducing a permit system that clearly the ownership vests in the state, and by way of permits and not by way of leases or ownership will we deal with this property. The third big issue is the issue of reclamation. Reclamation is when you start taking part of the sea back and you make it part of the land. So, for example, in Kucha, when you make all those building there, that will be reclamation. If you've been to Dubai, you'll see there's islands there. They've built into the sea and created all kind of funny activities on those islands. That will be reclamation. Now, there's no procedure, no proper procedure in the legislation to deal with this. And we've now created that procedure. And we've distinguished clearly between when it's state reclamation, so it's a parastatal or an organ of state, and when it's private. And we have set out very clear procedures, what the role of the executive would be and what the role of Parliament would be. If any of you have followed these reclamations, you will know they are a den of iniquity, corruption, and bribery anywhere in the world. So we've made sure that we've created transparent and open processes that Parliament particularly can be part of these processes, particularly when there is private reclamation. So those procedures are set out very clearly in the Act. There are three other issues that weren't in the Act, which you can read in the resolution. I don't have time for that. And then the protected areas, the last Act, the Minister has already dealt with this. As you know, fisheries and tourism and all those under the previous administration were under one department. The new administration removed fisheries and tourism from environment and water and so on. And therefore, the legislation, the Marine Living Resources Act, dealt with those matters, but in terms of a proclamation of the President, the environmental issues were dealt with environment, and the fishery issues were dealt with the Minister of Fishery. The Minister and them are now passing a piece of legislation to deal with their aspects. This legislation is now to deal with those aspects that the President gave to our department in the proclamation, and this legislation will now take marine protected areas and place them under the whole protected areas regime of which we have legislation. That's the long and the short of it. The Minister will retain her usual powers of what is a protected area, what can be done in those areas, etc., etc. Those aspects have not been amended. Once again, I thank everyone that worked very hard in trying to get all these matters before Parliament. I hope that we'll get the protected areas voted on soon, and that the South African Weather Services will also be brought back so that we can finalize that bill before rising. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Tilange. Honorable Luanga.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the National Environmental Management Air Quality Act has been in operation since 2005, but the National Department of Environmental Affairs, as well as provincial counterparts, have identified certain provisions in the Act that have been obsolete. National norms and standards have now been set, and the Act now finally provides for a more effective regulatory framework for air quality controls and compliance, as well as enforcement. During the public participation phase, the committee took note of the various inputs by NGOs, companies, and individuals. Enforcement and compliance has been a huge problem throughout the country. The uncontrolled emissions have caused huge health problems in communities, and the big companies have been flaunting the law and ignoring the plight of those communities, and therefore we welcome Clause 4 under Section 29 that seeks to provide for monitoring, evaluation, and reporting requirements on the implementation of the approved pollution prevention plan. The insertion of the new 22A Act is a move in the right direction and will assist in taking action against emission activities that take place without the necessary authorization. We welcome the establishment by the Minister of the National Air Quality Advisory Committee, who will be advising the Minister on quality-related matters. In many instances, the metropolitan and district municipalities have failed in their duties in taking decisions within the time frames provided and prescribed. Clause 5 of the bill now provides for the MEC or the Minister, as the case may be, to take decisions on the issuing of atmospheric emission licenses. Should the MEC not deal with this matter or does not have the capacity or the necessary capacity to fill these duties, the Minister will become the issuing authority. Agreeing to this amendment, the committee was mindful of the powers and functions of the municipalities and provinces. The insertion of subsection 3 under clause 9 in section 41 of the Act, provision is made for the issuing of a one-year provisional atmospheric emission license from the date of commissioning. A further one-year option is provided for, based on good cause shown to the licensing authority. The bill provides for 5 instances where the Minister will be the licensing authority on the applications for the atmospheric emission license instead of the relevant municipality. These are namely where the provincial organ of state is the applicant, where there are cross-boundary activities, a cabinet-declared activity of national priority, activities related to NEMA and the Waste Act, and the last one is the activities relating to mining. Where the Minister issues an atmospheric emission license is in mining areas, it must be done after consultation with the relevant municipality. The National Environmental Management Protected Areas Amendment Bill of 2013 is an important piece of legislation towards ensuring a sound framework for South Africa's conservation for the present and future generations. The Act provides for the protection and conservation of ecologically viable areas representative of South Africa's biological diversity, its natural landscapes and seascapes. The Protected Areas Amendment Bill purpose is to give effect to the separation of functions between the fisheries and environmental management by removing the marine protected areas from the Marine Living Resource Act being regulated by DAF and incorporating MPAs into the National Environmental Management Protected Areas Act. The Amendment Bill now focuses on incorporating marine protected areas into the existing protected areas regime. Marine protected areas have become a flagship of marine conservation programs in many parts of the world. In line with the international community's conservation agendas, South Africa too, through this bill, will begin to shape and translate its policies for the marine protected areas. MPAs offer a range of benefits for fisheries and the marine environment by providing safe havens for depleted fish stocks to recover. They also provide services to local communities who depend on the sea and its resources, increasing food security and reducing poverty. We must be mindful of the MPA's targets, as the one-size-fits-all approach will not suit all habitat types. Objectives must be treated with caution, and the MPAs must be seen as a tool to be considered in the overall goal of achieving sustainable use of the oceans. The DA will support the bills.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Ferguson.
Thank you. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, Ministers, Members. The Integrated Coastal Management Amendment Bill is for all practical reasons an improvement on the 2008 Integrated Coastal Management Act, a positive move that innovatively gives greater powers regarding coastal protection. It amends powers relating to leases, inclusive of transitional arrangements, drawing specific attention to offences and the increase in penalties. COPE is encouraged by the legal and obligatory responsibilities it evokes and the attempts it brings about correction and clarification to terminology that makes this bill friendlier. We appreciate the recognition of the public participation processes and thus the inclusion of the coastal protection zone, which was previously omitted. It is progressive and encouraging, in the right direction in protecting our environment and resources, and seeks clarity regarding coastal waters. While it is essential to regulate and set the criteria for EIA applications for coastal activities, COPE asks, for the sake of future good governance relations, that it is equally important to undertake a study of the real effects of these changes. We need a responsive database on offences and penalties and a clearer undertaking of court jurisdiction. Notwithstanding this, the bill is an improvement and COPE thanks the Minister for her foresight. One of the objectives of the Air Quality Amendment Bill seeks to align the establishment of the National Air Quality Advisory Committee with the requirements of the National Management Act of 1998. If we remember, last November we were debating the NEMLA bill, giving the Minister political and legal power to take action against other government departments regarding violations on environmental issues. These issues often affect our people, resulting in serious health consequences. In rural areas of South Africa, waste collection is almost non-existent. In urban areas, children are dying as a result of the illegal waste dumping of chemicals. Other pollution activities include the contamination of water and pollutants as a result of illegal mining. COPE supports the insertion of Section 22A and urges the Minister to act swiftly using this law to halt the destruction to the environment, specifically in the Mpumalanga area. Honourable members, for the first time, the International Agency for Research on Cancer declared that air pollution is a carcinogen, alongside known dangers such as asbestos, tobacco, and ultraviolet radiation. Emissions of soot and other air pollutants are also blamed for causing climate change. Pollution poisons plants and can block sunlight, stunting its growth. The bill, when implemented, will protect our health and aid crops growth in areas like Mpumalanga, where farming is affected by illegal mining activity. In the communities in the South Durban townships of Wentworth, Merebank, and the Bluff, who live in close proximity to the oil refineries, ambient air pollution reporting will come in handy. This bill will bring environmental justice that has eluded these communities during the apartheid era and to this day. They have been bearing the health cost associated with the petrochemical industry. These include high levels of asthma, severe chest complaints, cancer, and so on. This bill will help them monitor the air quality and then give them the tools to take appropriate action. The National Environmental Management Protected Areas Act, the purpose of this amendment bill is to give effect to the presidential proclamation separating the functions between fisheries and environmental management by removing the marine protected areas from the Marine Living Resources Act and incorporating the marine protected areas into the National Environmental Management Protected Areas Act. The amendment bill therefore focuses on the incorporation of the marine protected areas into the existing protected areas regime. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the bill also provides for the protection and conservation of ecologically viable areas representative of South Africa's biological diversity and its natural landscapes and seascapes. The establishment of a national register of all national, provincial and local protected areas for the management of those areas in accordance with national norms and standards, and intergovernmental cooperation and public consultation in matters concerning protected areas. Without a systematic approach under one ministry, this bill will be floating between departments and may become the subject of a unique and differing interpretation. We must remain vigilant. COPE supports all the bills. Minister, these bills may not be embraced with the same passion and interest that Minister Gordhan's budget speeches do. But I can assure you, without the protection of our air quality, our water, our environment, the most grandiose of budgets won't matter. Minister, I would also like to acknowledge the cohesion of this committee under the chairmanship of Honourable De Lange. I believe we worked well together to create the results today, and of course, not forgetting the work of the department. Finally, Honourable Deputy Speaker, in the words of Theodore Roosevelt, here is your country. Cherish these natural wonders. Cherish the natural resources. Cherish the history and romance as a sacred heritage for your children and your children's children. Do not let selfish men or greedy interests skin your country of its beauty, its riches, or its romance. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Maganye.
Don't take my minutes. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Deputy Minister, Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament. Traditionally, climate change and pollution have been managed separately and different spatial scales. However, in recent years, there has been considerable advancement in the understanding of the linkages and interaction between climate change and air quality. A warmer, evolving climate is likely to have severe consequences for air quality due to impact on pollution sources and meteorology. Climate-induced change are likely to lead to changes in both the concentration and dispersion of near-surface ozone that could act to offset improvement in air quality. The control of air pollution through air quality management is also likely to impact on climate change. The improved understanding of the relation between air quality and climate change provide a scientific basis for policy intervention. South Africa
South Africa approved National Climate Change Response Policy is intended to effectively manage inevitable climate change impact through intervention that builds and sustain our social, economic, and environment resilient and emergency response capacity and ensure that the country makes a fair contribution to the global. Honorable Deputy Speaker, air pollution is a serious environmental health threat and human. Adverse effects range from nausea, difficulty in breathing, and skin irritation to birth defect, immunosuppression, and cancer. Moreover, the severity of health outcome associated with air pollution exposure is not uniform within population. In South Africa, the problem is exacerbated since vulnerable communities reside on land close proximity to the polluted sources or polluted area. It is estimated that air pollution costs the public health system over 3 billion rands to address air quality-related respiratory infection each year, and this pollution includes greenhouse gas emissions, which are the cause of human-induced global warming and climate change. It is necessary to address air pollution in dense, low-income communities in a way that all interventions are carried out in an effective and coordinated manner to ensure that the overall goal of ambient air that complies fully with national ambient air quality standard in South Africa and community are achieved. In this regard, the ANC government has developed and continues to fine-tune the legislative framework for air quality management. Continuous air quality monitoring is conducted to measure and report compliance to the national ambient and air quality standard, which places more emphasis on the protection of human health, especially in the national priority area where there are challenges in terms of meeting the standard and the implementation of air quality management plan to address the problem. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the purpose of the 2004 National Environmental Management Air Quality Act was to replace the outdated Atmospheric Pollution Prevention Act of 1965, which brought air quality management in the line with the constitutional allocation of function between the three spheres of government. The Act provides for the establishment of national norms and standards, a framework for air quality management, planning and reporting regime, and numerous regulatory instruments for the control of air pollution and compliance and enforcement. While certain sections of the 2004 Air Quality Act have become obsolete, South Africa has advanced in its effort in providing a vision for climate change, as encapsulated in the National Climate Change Response White Paper. The amendment bill identifies certain provisions of the Air Quality Act that have become obsolete. Of importance in the amendment bill is the strong emphasis of strengthening institutional aspects pertaining to air quality, which in the long term will fit into all action relevant to mitigation climate change. One of the critical components of the amendment bill is to ensure that plans, procedure, regulation, and other administrative issues are strengthened. As some of the members have already alluded, to strengthen all the sphere provincially, locally, also at national level. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, one should not lose sight of the fact that the ANC June 2012 National Policy Conference reaffirmed its pursuit of the environment protection agenda as an important element of sustainable development agenda. It recognizes that the country has to effectively adapt and manage unavoidable and potential damaging climate change impact through intervention that builds and sustainable South Africa social economy and environment resilience. Deputy Speaker, the ANC supported the National Environment Management Air Quality Amendment Bill as amended by the Portfolio Committee on Water and Environment. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Sigalala.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, it has been a pleasure for me to serve on this committee whose members have, despite minor differences, been largely of one mind in dealing with the challenges associated with the protection and conservation of our environment. These bills before us seek to further such protection and conservation, and the Inkatha Freedom Party is wholly in support of same. The Weather Bill and its amendments quite aptly deal with and update offences committed in terms of the Principal Act and establish custodianship of the South African Air Quality Information System and the National Air Quality Monitoring Network. Amendments to the National Environmental Management and Coastal Management Act implements further steps to ensure that our coastal zones remain productive and their ecosystems stable. We agree that their successful management will require a holistic approach. A multi-sector approach to this end is the right way to go, and concerted government and business partnership are essential in this regard. The tightening up of clauses dealing with the provisions for offences and penalties is also very necessary and most welcome. In the Air Quality Amendment Bill, we particularly welcome the removal of the discretionary power held by the Minister in terms of Section 13 thereof, and look forward to the establishment of the National Air Quality Advisory Committee. This particular amendment is a good example of committee and public interaction and is evidence to us of a healthy and functioning portfolio committee. Regarding the National Environmental Management Protected Area Amendment Bill, there was a split function between the Department of Environmental Affairs and the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries on matters relating to marine life. We trust, however, that the departments remain of one mind regarding the protection of our marine environment, and that this split function will not be used as an excuse for any delays in the mandate associated therewith. According to a recent study conducted by the United Nations, over 75% of the world's fisheries are fully exploited, overexploited, or significantly depleted. Some species have already been fished to commercial extinction. Many more are on the verge. Sub-Saharan Africa is now the only region on Earth where per capita fish consumption is actually falling, partly because foreign fishing fleets have removed so much fish. Our marine life and its habitat required the utmost protection. In this regard, we also support all calls for moratorium on applications for bulk extraction on the seabed for minerals until sensitive offshore marine ecosystems along our coastline are adequately protected, as habitat destruction will only lead to greater depletion of already depleted marine fish reserves. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the Inkatha Freedom Party supports these bills. We support a healthy environment. We support a bounteous land of our future generations, and will do everything within our power to ensure that this occurs. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sigalala.
Thank you, Minister. You are in
Honorable
to
Sigalala.
say water.
Honorable Sigalala. Kudala ixesha lakho liphelile sungichaphaza. Honorable Bengu.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable members, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, and Honorable members. Zokuqala nje ngisho ukuthi njengoba eseshilo usihlalo ukuthi kunezinye igatshana ezizobuye zizongena kulomthetho we-protection we-national environmental management protected areas. But-ke ngizoqhubeka ngikhulume ngawo lo mthetho sivivinyo. The ANC believes that all citizens of South Africa at present and in future have the right to a life of well-being. Accordingly, the broad objectives of our environmental policy are aimed at fulfilling these rights. The ANC's policy objective is therefore to develop a framework aimed at creating conditions conducive to sustainable development. This requires that a growth strategy is compatible with ecological and human rights principles, and that growth is geared towards the provision of basic needs to benefit the whole community. The work being facilitated under the Biodiversity and Conservative Program is underpinned by the desire to ensure that South Africa's rich biodiversity and natural resources are sustainably used and conserved. The other key priority is to facilitate and promote fair access and equitable sharing to socio-economic benefits from biological resources. The ANC-led government has facilitated the process of adding an additional 1.9 million hectares of land surface under formal protection to the Register of Protected Areas by adding the declared privately owned protected areas, bringing the total coverage of South Africa's protected areas to 7.7%. This constitutes a total of 9.5 million hectares of South Africa's 121.9 million land surface. This is part of continuing work in increasing the country's protected area to above 10% and towards the international agreed figure of at least 17% of terrestrial and inland water areas and 10% of coastal and marine areas, especially areas of particular importance for diversity ecosystem services, are conserved. These efforts are a contribution to a global effort towards conserving ecosystems, endangered species, habitats, and valued cultural landscape by creating an effectively and equitably managed, ecologically representative and well-connected system of protected areas and other effective area-based conservative measures, and integrated this system into the wider landscape and seascape. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, in terms of the National Environmental Management Protected Areas Act 57 of 2003, the system of protected areas in South Africa consists of special nature reserves, natural parks, national parks,
and protected environments, as well as World Heritage Sites, especially protected forest areas, forest nature reserves and forest wilderness areas, mountain catchment areas, and marine protected areas. The amendment bill under discussion today, however, specifically refers to amendments to authorize the declaration of marine protected areas and to provide for the management of marine protected areas. The amendment bill focuses on the incorporation of marine protected areas into the NEMA protected areas regime. Marine protected areas are currently regulated under 1998 Marine Living Resources Act, with the exception of certain provisions which are regulated in terms of the Protected Areas Act. Fisheries and marine environmental management were previously administered by then the Department of Environmental Affairs and Tourism. In 2009, via a presidential proclamation, the fisheries function was transferred from the minister responsible for environmental affairs to the minister responsible for agriculture, forests, and fisheries. It is necessary to provide for legislation to give proper effect to the restructuring of the two departments and ministries. Honorable members, the following parts are therefore inserted in Chapter 3 of the Principal Act. The minister that says that the minister may declare an area as a marine protected area or as part of existing marine protected area and assign a name to the marine protected area. It is, however, stated that such declaration may only be issued entirely conserved and protect marine and coastal ecosystem, to conserve and protect marine coastal diversity, to conserve and protect a particular marine or coastal species and specific population and its habitat, and if the area contains scenic areas or to protect cultural heritage. It is also stated that despite any other legislations, no person may in a marine protected area, among others, fish or attempted to fish, take or destroy any fauna or flora, undertake any dredging or extraction of sand, rock, gravel or minerals, discharge or deposit waste, or any other polluting matter in any manner which results in an adverse effect on the marine environmental, disturb, alter or destroy the natural environment, or disturb or alter the water quality or obstruct the seawater. The resource use restrictions that a marine protected area implies are very likely to affect different groups of people and stakeholders in different ways. When planning a marine protected area, it is important to show that it will not deprive particular groups of their livelihoods without providing alternatives. It is particularly important for a coastal marine protected area in contexts of poverty or in areas with limited livelihood options. The designation of a marine protected area needs to be based on a combination of ecological and socio-economic criteria, ensuring long-term sustainability, but also considering and mitigating short-term cost. Honorable Speaker, I would like to conclude by saying that the use of marine protected area has taken on greater importance lately in discussion of how to protect marine ecosystem and reverse the degradation of aquatic habitats. We have to do our bit to prevent our marine resources for our future generations and accept the establishment of marine protected areas as one of the tools in the overall goal of achieving sustainable use of oceans. Therefore, the ANC supports the National Environmental Management Protected Areas Amendment Bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bengu. Honorable Tring.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The ACDP believes that as custodians of our planet, we have the inalienable right and responsibility to protect our environment, whether it be on land, sea, or air. This responsibility cannot be entrusted or transferred to multinationals, big or small businesses, or the environmentalists alone, but it must be a collaborated effort of the private and public sector, NGOs, and civil society alike. It is the belief of the ACDP that these bills will go a long way in ensuring that indeed we are serious about protecting our national environmental assets as we endeavor to provide for our children and their grandchildren of the future, an environment in which they are able to live, work, and play in, without our endangering of their lives or destroying the flora, fauna, and animal species which we have been entrusted to protect. Honourable Speaker, the ACDP welcomes the adoption of an integrated approach in dealing with the management of our environment, as well as the creation of the Air Quality Advisory Committee and the capacitating of our local government to ensure compliance with respect to the quality of our air. One only has to study the number of cases, respiratory health cases, in the Wentworth, Merebank, and Bluff communities in the Durban South Basin area to understand that there is indeed a causal link between poor air quality and respiratory diseases. The ACDP believes that the placement of our marine protected areas under the authority of the Department of Water and Environmental Affairs is indeed a better placement and will serve to mitigate the devastating impact that exploitation has on our marine protected areas. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the ACDP commends the Water Environmental Affairs Portfolio Committee for their hard and diligent work on these amendment bills, to which the ACDP gives support. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Zotetsi.
Deputy Speaker, the Deputy President, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members, Lee Baiti Barona. Marine and coastal environmental assets provide and sustain a wide range of economic, social and ecological services that are foundation for the livelihoods of millions of South Africans, which underpin national and international transport, coastal tourism and fisheries industries. South Africa's policy and regulatory framework to facilitate sustainable coastal development and conservation is outlined in the 2009 Integrated Coastal Management Act, which enables the ANC government to focus on the formulation of coastal management strategies, spatial development and management plans, norms and regulations that guide sustainable development and conservation programs. In essence, the policy aims to achieve sustainable coastal development through a dedicated and integrated coastal management approach in partnership with all South Africans. In this regard, the ANC's 2012 National Conference recognized that the pursuance of the environmental protection agenda is an important element of the Sustainable Development Agenda, food security and the promotion of economic growth, and that it would require, amongst others, long-term coastal planning. Speaker, the question is often raised, why is there a need for dedicated coastal management legislation? Is the coast not simply part of the general environment, and is it not already covered by existing environmental legislation? The coast is a unique part of the environment. It is the meeting place of the land and sea, a limited spatial area that supports many human activities. The coast is a distinctive system in which a range of considerations, biophysical, economic, social, and institutional, interconnect in a manner which requires a dedicated and integrated management approach. In 1992, the year that World Summit on Sustainable Development took place in Rio de Janeiro, and Agenda 21 was published, the ANC government embarked on a process to change the way South Africa's coast would be managed from an ad hoc and fragmented approach to an inclusive and integrated approach. The amendment bill offers a new and fresh approach to managing the activities of poor people in the coastal zone and is based on a national vision for the coast, which includes the socially justified sharing of benefits derived from a resource-rich coastal area without compromising the ability of future generations to access those benefits. A welcome tradition to the bill is the provision for improved management of estuaries. In terms of the bill, an overarching national estuary management protocol will be established to ensure that estuaries are managed in a coordinated and standardized manner, and that minimum requirements for estuarine management plans are provided. The amendment bill presents an opportunity to proactively reduce incidences of illegal developments and inappropriate and unsustainable land use planning and practices along the coast, thus reducing potential future loss of life and property due to storms and other ocean dynamics. In this regard, the bill states that when determining or adjusting the inland coastal boundary of coastal public property, the minister must take into account a variety of factors, of which, amongst others, are the dynamic nature of the shoreline, the need to make appropriate allowance for the periodic natural movements in the high water mark, and the erosion of the seashore. The use of the term coastal public property was a shift away from resource-centered management and placed the ownership of large areas of the coastal zone, which is vested in the citizens' interest by the state. The intention of coastal public property is to prevent exclusive use of the coast by facilitating access to and sustainable use of the productive coastal resources for the benefit of all South Africans. The amendment bill defines exactly the composition and purpose of coastal public property, which are to protect sensitive coastal ecosystems. What is of great importance is that no organ of state may reclaim land for the development of state infrastructure, unless authorized by the minister, and that land reclaimed may not be utilized other than in accordance with the purpose stated in the original application and conditions of the authorization. An application for reclamation for purposes other than the development of state infrastructure will only be considered in exceptional circumstances which are not contrary to the purpose of coastal public property. In this regard, the NC's 2012 National Policy Conference recognized that the pursuance of the environmental protection agenda is an important element of the Sustainable Development Agenda, food security and the promotion of economic growth, and that it would require, amongst others, long-term coastal planning. Honourable Speaker, this amendment bill signals a fundamental shift in thinking about our coast ushers in a new era for coastal management. It is rooted in the understanding that our coast is a national asset and belongs to all the people of South Africa. It recognizes that our coast is a place of value, opportunity, and potential. That is a diverse, special, and distinctive place, and is also a driving force in the national economy with an enormous future development potential. To harness this potential, we need to manage our coast wisely. The ANC supports the Integrated Coast Management Bill. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Rogers.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Coastal areas and coastal resources are vital to the development and future, not only for those people occupying these areas, but for our country. It is estimated that almost half the world's population lives in coastal areas and are dependent on the resources in these areas. It is therefore of utmost importance that a sound coastal management system is enforced to ensure sustainability in our coastal areas. We need to remain cognizant of the challenges of climate change, increased level of the sea, storm damage, nutrient regulation, all factors that have a direct effect on the livelihood and future of coastal communities, including our commercial fisheries, boat trading, trade, tourism, agriculture, and coastal city dwellers. It is with the above in mind that the National Environmental Management Integrated Coastal Management Amendment Bill seeks to amend the National Environmental Integrated Coastal Management Act of 2008. Coastal management has experienced a number of concept shifts since 1970. The involvement of the Integrated Coastal Management Act has resulted in an Act of Parliament that recognises the ecological, social, and economic interaction with the ocean and the land interface. The Act created the principle of coastal public property, which identifies and defines territorial water up to the high water mark and includes everything below the high water mark. Ownership, as you heard from the chairperson, of these natural assets is vested in the citizens of the Republic of South Africa and held in trust by the state. The bill further seeks to address the challenges experienced in the lease of coastal public property, not adequately currently addressed in the Act. The Act did not clearly deal with the impact of coastal community property on the other organs of state owning assets and operating within that land space. Coastal leases and concessions are now replaced with coastal use permits in terms of Section 65 and 66, and the maximum period is now 20 years. The proposed amendment bill seeks to further address some of the following. Designation of coastal access strip. Currently, the Act does not allow for intervention should a municipality fail to designate coastal access land. The bill now mandates the MEC to intervene in terms of Section 18 and 19 of the Act should a municipality not comply, and the Minister should the MEC fail to comply in his or her duty. It is now up to municipalities to ensure compliance in terms of Section 18, subsection C9, and the Department of Environmental Affairs has been tasked to undertake an investigation in this regard to determine what extent municipalities have complied. It'll be interesting to access this information, taking into account the current lack of accountability in certain spheres of local government. The bill further proposes to remove the power to exclude areas from coastal public property in terms of Section 27. And this is specifically due to the challenges faced during Transnet with their ownership, which the Chair also gave in detail. Section 70 of the Act now expands categories of activities requiring dumping permits. This is an activity that's on the ever increase and an easy method of waste disposal by certain unscrupulous operators, an activity that needs close monitoring. The bill further revises offences and increases penalties. Those who continue to flaunt and abuse our environment for their own benefit can now look forward to a fine of up to 2 million rand or imprisonment for up to 5 years in terms of Section 80 or both. Excluded in the bill, but of major concern to the portfolio, was the following: sea mining and seabed mineral resource exploration and exploitation. It is vitally important that the Department develop legislation and a strategy to ensure that any activity of this nature is strictly regulated to protect our environment. Shipping incidents along the South African coastline have also been a cause of concern, and with recent incidents and the subsequent environmental impact, it is of great importance that a review of current legislation is undertaken, including all departments, to ensure that the potential danger of shipping and marine pollution is monitored, regulated with the relevant responsible departments. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports this vital piece of legislation. However, adopting legislation is only the first step. The key challenge, particularly in the scope of our environment, is the implementation and regulation. Speaker, kindly afford me the opportunity to thank the members of the portfolio committees on all political sides and the department's heads and staff for their commitment. I must also in particular thank the Honourable De Lange for his input and dedication to the portfolio, and we are extremely fortunate to have a person with his legal knowledge and understanding as our leader. However, having said the good news, Honourable Speaker, I wish to raise my concern in this forum today regarding the attendance of both the Minister and Deputy Minister of Water, Environment Affairs, who have not managed to attend one portfolio committee meeting since I have become a member of this esteemed House some 8 months ago. Now, if this shows dedication towards the cause and towards the drive and towards service delivery, when in fact both the Minister and the Deputy Minister have found plenty of time to do international travel at our expense. I say if we're going to take this portfolio further, we do it collectively. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon the Honourable J.J. Skosana.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members. Chairperson, let me start by thanking all members of Portfolio Committee who participated in these legislations that we are discussing today, and thank our ministers and Cabinet to allow us to debate these legislations in our Portfolio Committee and here in Parliament today. Chairperson, I must thank even all participants who came to the Portfolio Committee to present and echo their views. And those views, they were addressed. Some they were, in fact, amalgamated in the legislation itself. Some were rectified and so on. Which means, as Portfolio Committee, that led by the leadership of Honorable Johnny De Lange, we are welcoming everybody to come and present its case in relation to legislations. Our legislations is always dealing with the public participation, and we allow everybody, even political parties, who are working with. But I must say, to Honorable Thring, I should think you are the only member who are not part of this family. But we thank you for your input today, and you are also welcome to make your input, even if you are making here today, we accept it. And the case of respiratory cases that you alluded here in terms of poor air quality management, I should think that's why today we are discussing about this legislation in this Parliament, because we want to pass this legislation in order to prevent that. And Honorable Chairperson, I want to enter into the issues from the member of COPE when she was talking about responsive data of penalties. It's true that in this legislation, during the implementation, the data collection will be in place and we'll get it. It will be transparent. Anyone will default, anyone will be engaged in pollution issues will be brought into books. That's why we've got a legislation today. And on the farming in Mpumalanga, affecting by air pollution is true. And I know that you are referring to Secunda area where there are full of mines and wheat bank. Is true what you are saying, but I must say, as Portfolio Committee, we debated this and we gave this information to the administration in order to assist us in attending to all these problems. The legislation will give us more power in dealing with these air pollutions. Chairperson, in the discussion, Chairperson, I am pleased to state that at the meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Water Environmental Affairs on the 29th October 2013, the members of committee unanimously voted to adopt the 4 amendment bills debated in this House today. I also, on behalf of the ANC, move that we adopt this bill. We support the bill, and the bill must be adopted in this Parliament. Honorable Chairperson, please allow me to highlight a few items that arose during the deliberations on these amendment bills. One, in the discussion on the air quality management bill, it was mentioned that there would be a provision for retrospective application of the law to companies that had been under previous legislation. In some cases, industries might expand their activities without an update of the environmental impact assessment. Where no EIAs was conducted, Section 24G of NEMA would be applicable. When a municipality failed to provide a license, it was alluded by the minister and the chairperson, Within the required time frame, the new clause would allow for the member of the executive committee or the minister to intervene. I should think it's a step forward, and it's a bill that will give powers to the executive and the minister in dealing with these issues. Chairperson, with reference to the Integrated Coastal Management Amendment Bill, we were of the opinion that reclaimed state-owned land would have to be registered and that there should thus be a reference to the title deeds for that land. In both state and other applications, the detail of the funding should be included as part of the necessary information. This would prevent corruption. Furthermore, there did not seem to be any procedure to cover a pre-approval being ratified by the Parliament. On the dumping of influence, we were satisfied with the 5 million penalty as contained in Section 80, as some of the substances contemplated could be very poisonous. In extreme cases, even this penalty might not be enough. We did not think the fine could be increased, but perhaps the jurisdiction of the court could be changed in the most serious cases. If a person was convicted in High Court, then the limits in the legislation could be set aside and the court could set its own sentence. Even 10 years imprisonment might be insufficient. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And I call upon the Honourable the Minister of Water and Environmental Affairs.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Let me take this opportunity to thank all honourable members who have participated in this very important debate of our 3 bills. It has already been indicated that our chair is indeed leading this committee very well. Thank you very much, and thanks to honourable members. There are a few issues that have been raised that I thought are quite important that I reflect on a bit. Firstly, the committee members, honourable committee members side, in particular Memanganye and Sotesi, very important aspect of what we deal with in the environmental arena, which is the agenda as set by the ANC on sustainable development agenda. All these bills that are in front of us are indeed dealing with that, including those 2 that are still coming. And would like to indicate and assure this August House that this is the path that we are going to be traversing from now onwards, and ensuring that there is development, there is growth, but there's also environmental integrity at the same time. The honourable member Rogers indicated, asked a question, or rather stated an issue about the seabed exploration and somebody else. I would like to indicate that we are actually still developing a policy currently, as we speak, that will deal with those issues. It doesn't mean, however, that we don't have tools which we can use to address those issues. Together with my colleague in DMR, Minister Shabangu, we have a very good working relationship, as well as our departments, but also the public out there working with us as NGOs and so on. There is a need for us to really strengthen implementation on these bills. I mean, on the act once they become the bills once they become acts, and that we undertake to do. The last issue I think I should deal with is 2 issues quickly. The shipping incidences. There is legislation that has been developed with Treasury and Transport that deals with this issue of shipping incidences, and I think honourable members can refer to that area. The last issue I want to deal with is this thing of very important words, good accolades given to chairperson of committee and the entire committee. But somebody, Ian Lameki, Hansomar 8, and he says something that I don't know where he gets it from. let me just say this in the first instance. As and when we get out of this country with Deputy Minister, we are going to represent South Africa. There's never a single trip that's about a study tour, like other members, honorable members do in this house, on my left. We are representing South Africa only in areas where there are decisions made. And those decisions are made on behalf of South Africa with us present. The ANC is governing. Tell him.
Governing badly. Order,
and let me tell you something. Honorable member has not been to all portfolio committee meetings. We come to those portfolio committees. As a matter of fact, as we're preparing for this budget vote this year, we appeared in front of that committee. He arrived in a portfolio committee meeting, discussion, debate, and just threw stones from nowhere. We were there. We attend upon invitation. So please don't be lammaking and lost lammaking and come here and say things that we don't know where you get them from. Thank you very much.
Order. All members, that concludes the debate. We now come to the decision of the question on the fourth and fifth orders. These are the reports of the Portfolio Committee on the Water and Environmental Affairs, on the National Environmental Management Integrated Coastal Management Amendment Bill, and the National Environmental Management Air Quality Amendment Bill. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, House Chair. I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. We now come to the decision on question on the sixth and seventh orders. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable House Chair, I move that the report of the Portfolio Committee on Water and Environmental Affairs on National Environmental Management Protected Areas Amendment Bill, as well as the National Environmental Management Protected Areas Amendment Bill, B28B/2013, be referred back to the committee for further consideration. I thank you.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. We now come to the decision on the question of the eighth and ninth orders. Are there any objections to the National Environmental Management Integrated Coastal Management Amendment Bill being read a second time? Any objections that it be read the second time? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
National Environmental Management Integrated Coastal Management Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Are there any objections to the National Environmental Management Air Quality Amendment Bill being read a second time? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
National Environmental Management Air Quality Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the 10th order.
Second reading debate, Legal Metrology Bill.
I now call upon the Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you, House Chair. It's a pleasure to introduce what I think is a bill that will command broad support in this House, the Legal Metrology Bill of 2013. The International Organization of Legal Metrology defines legal metrology as, quote, the application of legal requirements to measurements and measuring instruments. Legal metrology is thus concerned with measurements that directly affect consumers and ensure the quality and credibility of measurements that are used directly in regulation and in areas of trade. It deals with the risks of misuse of measuring instruments, of tampering and of accidental influences on measuring instruments, as well as with issues like the traceability of measurements, thus providing an appropriate level of credibility of measurement results in the regulatory domain. In the broader sense, legal metrology covers the protection of society in areas of health, safety, the environment, and thus concerns the interaction between regulations and measurements. The Legal Metrology Bill, which is before the House today, replaces the Trade Metrology Act of 1973, which after 40 years is outdated and does not provide for the regulation of legal metrology instruments, but is only limited to some parts of that, namely weights and measures, and ensures that the measurements made by industry when trading using scales, meters, and other measuring equipment are accurate. Legal metrology will afford the same kind of assurance to additional measures, such as those with respect to water consumption, speeding on roads, blood pressure determinations, and so on. This bill will be administered by the National Regulator of Compulsory Specifications, who will be charged with conducting this, and it's part of the broad DTI family. Over the course of this administration, we have sought as a matter of important policy to strengthen and bring to the forefold the work of technical infrastructure institutions, also known as standards, quality assurance, and metrology institutions. We've coined a phrase to say that the role of the technical infrastructure institutions is, on the one hand, to lock in South African products to important export markets by enabling them to meet the standards and requirements of entry into those markets. At the same time, and this concerns the work of the National Regulator of Compulsory Specifications, the role of technical infrastructure is to lock out of the South African market substandard products that are harmful to health, to consumer interests, and also that create unfair competition to South African producers that meet the standards. As already indicated, the Legal Metrology Bill essentially takes forward the principles that were there in earlier legislation by expanding the scope of trade metrology to legal metrology, and allows for a broader range of measurements in the environment of commerce and industry. The strengthening of the enforcement of legal metrology within an appropriate legislative framework supports industrial development in all the ways that I've indicated. This bill also brings about a significant change in the structure and corporate governance of the National Regulator of Compulsory Specifications. And these changes are encapsulated in Clause 42 of the bill, as well as in Schedule 2. The National Regulator of Compulsory Specifications, which administers this bill, is currently overseen by a board. Through the passage of this bill, this will change to a governance structure where the Chief Executive Officer will report directly to the Department of Trade and Industry, to the Minister in that department, in fact. And this is done to implement a decision which we've been taking of bringing regulators closer to the department to improve efficiency and to cut out unnecessary layers of bureaucracy in between. Legal metrology will impact on our everyday lives. It affects many of our ordinary day-to-day decisions. The meat we buy from the butchery, the pre-packed staples such as mealie meal, or the volume of fuel that we buy. All of these are subject to measurements of one sort or another. We assume that the litre of fuel that we buy is in fact a litre, but how much gas or fumes does it include, as well as liquid? And if these transactions are not accurately measured according to regulations, then we as consumers pay too much for the product, and we are cheated we're cheated in this way. And government can also lose out on tax revenue. I think that this is a piece of legislation which is technical in nature. I want to commend the Portfolio Committee for the work which they did in organising public hearings and in improving this particular bill. And I have no hesitation in commending this bill to the House, and I trust that it will draw broad support across the aisle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Chairperson, point of, over here. I just wanted to say the system was incorrect, actually. The Honourable Minister had 5 minutes according to the agreed time, but the system reflected 2 minutes. So I think it is just important that we restore the integrity of the system.
Yes, I think they corrected it now in the process. I now call upon the Honourable J.L. Fabs.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable members of this House, colleagues, comrades, and the people of South Africa to whom this bill is directed as beneficiaries. The enactment of the Legal Metrology Bill will underpin the quality and credibility of regulatory instruments in health, safety, environmental and trade domains. It will do this through traceability of measurement and development of technical regulations. Metrology is the science of measurement and its application, and it represents something we value so much in our own country. It represents trust. Trust on the results obtained. South Africa's national metrology system represents infrastructure that enables the performance and application of measurement for the purposes that mirror the economic and social core of our nation. South Africa is committed to industrialization, to create jobs and to grow the economy. Our strategic trade underpins industrialization. South Africa's standards, quality assurance, and metrology regulatory entities work together seamlessly to ensure our products and goods meet international requirements. The Legal Metrology Bill strengthens South Africa's planned priorities, IPAP, the New Growth Path, and the National Development Plan. The National Compulsory Regulatory Specifications will, through this bill, and this is what is so important, put the imprimatur stamp of sound metrology and quality assurance on all goods produced or manufactured in our great country, South Africa. Honourable Chairperson, this legal metrology bill will ensure uniformity and conformity of measurement requirements. And those who flout the law, leading to a loss of credibility in our products and services, and even, yes, and even loss of life of infants and mothers, and yourselves should you be in an accident. So you can say, thank heavens, there is a 10-year penalty, a 10-year penalty for our courts to consider. Indeed, the purpose of legal metrology, I want to repeat and repeat as a mantra, is to give confidence to you and me. You and me in my urban area and you in your rural areas, where sometimes you think we do not hear you. This will ensure that your lives get even greater protection. So when you fill up your car, more importantly, buy your groceries and so on, you can be sure you are getting what is printed on that label by weight. Blood pressure scales. Don't tell me some of you haven't been and had your blood pressure measured and you get 5 different measurements. You're not sure what to believe. That is going to change. So, is this a new thing? It is not a new thing. It's been going for more than 5,000 years. As countries, they weren't perhaps countries then, nation states, societies, said it is important for our authorities, our government, our state, to take these measurements into account to protect us, and hence the symbiotic relationship developed between the state and measurement to provide protection, to provide services, to plan and to defend us, and in turn, of course, to raise the necessary revenue. Now, the ANC government has always been committed to developing an enabling environment in which people, especially formally, economically and politically dispossessed people, could rely and now can rely on the state to provide such protection and to facilitate an architecture that is equitably driven so that you can thrive no matter where you are living in South Africa. And you know that what you manufacture, what you produce, will get a standard, an imprimatur stamp on it, so that it can compete internationally successfully. And let me tell you, for the ordinary businessman worried about his pocket, when ships are overloaded and have to be unloaded due to what has happened and reported in the media, where the goods are found to be overweight and had to be unloaded at great cost to whoever produced them and who was hoping to benefit from the profits. And how long ago did we come about? We said 5,000 years ago, but in modern history, most of us in the House may have heard of the French Revolution. Well, apart from anything else, that was also a revolution about the haves and the have-nots. It was about the feudals, those in charge of the feudal system, their right to non-uniformity, inconsistency in measures and units, to the detriment of the poor, the have-nots. This contributed to the inequalities and ensured inconsistency of measures and even fraud and constant disputes. Indeed, one of the victories of the French Revolution was the establishment of a uniform system of weights and measures, out of which grew the metric system, and we are all working, and indeed South Africa, pioneering steps forward. We are determined in South Africa to overcome the current challenges in this regard through the legal metrology bill. Of course, land is another sensitive issue. It is a highly critical issue that will also benefit from measurements relating to prescribed purposes as designated in the bill. The legal metrology bill should be seen as an overarching bill, really overarching bill on measurement. For example, in the sale of land or property, when it is enacted on any such transaction, the regulation there that is prescribed will take into account the existing legislation, and thus concerns that were raised in this regard will fall away. Now, one vital point is the issue of fees. The private sector said, our business will be taken away. Oh, you're undercutting us. The fact of the matter is, the National Regulator for Compulsory Specifications has a fixed scale of fees, and therefore verification fees are charged accordingly, and they are acknowledged by the private sector. However, we know the private sector has to charge market rates. Fair enough. Nevertheless, there is a sound working relationship between the two sectors. They work together very well. They are both experience shortages of staff in different directions. But may I add that with respect to legal metrology, they have also introduced an intern system. There are 11 interns. There is a training system underway. And yes, they are working together with the private sector, saying, let us see where we can fill in here and there. And when expertise is lacking, of course, they avail themselves. So this is not simply a technical bill. It is a bill whose enactment and implementation will directly improve the quality of lives of all South Africans, especially the most vulnerable who don't have the resources to contest metrology challenges. The ANC therefore supports this important piece of legislation, and I have every reason to believe every member of this House will support this. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon the Honourable W.J. James.
Chair, honourable members, the legal metrology casts into law measures that guarantee that instruments using current norms accurately measure what needs to be measured, such as a car's speed, the pressure of one's blood alcohol content, units of electricity, liters of petrol, the weight of trucks at weighbridges, the directions of a compass, and the rhythmic intervals of music. We take it for granted that the things that measure what needs to be measured are accurately done. But in order to add certainty to certainty, we have the legal metrology bill before us. Having such a system is vital in building trust in the use of expert knowledge in service of better lives for all. The purpose of the bill, as you have heard, is to promote fair trade by providing market inspectors with the capacity to check that when we buy goods sold by weight, for example, that the scales measure the displayed mass of what is inside bottles. Secondly, better protect public health and safety by regulating the way in which measuring instruments are used, stored, serviced, repaired, and handled. For example, it is critical that blood pressure monitors in hospitals and clinics read accurately, and when it comes to combating drunk driving, that alcohol analysis machines are incontrovertibly precise and stand up to the most rigorous scrutiny in a court of law. And finally, empower the national regulator of compulsory specifications to administer and to enforce all legal metrology regulations in our country. The ability of the national regulator to do so requires a staff capacity to reach into the clinics of the remotest parts of our country to ensure that medical devices work properly. We are not convinced that the NRCS has enough budget to do so. Chair, this bill is uncontroversial, and we in the committee have jointly solved all of its problems of substance. Firstly, the bill is tabled provided that market surveillance inspectors, verification and repair officers all had to be employees of the NRCS. As we know, we have a thriving private industry in the instrument repair and verification. The DTI was very happy to change this. Now the bill says that only market surveillance inspectors need to be state employees. As long as their qualifications are certified by the NRCS, the other related technical professionals may be drawn from the private sector. Secondly, the DA is viscerally opposed to the making of laws by regulation and is opposed to giving any minister discretionary powers, and especially this minister who in his admirable devotion to hard work is also overzealous in his unbridled enthusiasm to regulate everything that moves. However, colleagues, in the area of legal metrology, the regulation of measuring instruments must comply with the South African national standards as determined by the SABS, the South African Bureau of Standards, the international standards for conformity, assessment and calibration of legal metrology instruments, and the Convention on the International Organization of Legal Metrology. As these standards and conventions are themselves constantly changing as technology and metrological science advances, there is a need indeed to allow the minister to issue regulations. So we have no problems with that at all. It is one thing, members, to ensure instrumentational quality. It is quite another thing for human beings to use those instruments properly. The use of instruments, especially in the health sphere, more often than not requires sophisticated training. The Minister of Health must assure us that he is satisfied with the quality of professional and paraprofessional training. The Ministers of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs, as well as Safety and Security, must assure us that traffic officers and the police know how to use breathalyzers properly. Chair, the bill is uncontroversial in that it provides for fairer trade and will better protect consumers from unscrupulous traders and substandard service, some of which is a matter of life and death. I must finally bring to the attention of Minister Davies the problems the Western Cape Roads Executive have had with type approval for breathalyzers, as it has with conformity and type approval with truck weigh bridges as well. The Minister would be very well to engage therefore with the provinces on this particular subject. The DA supports the legal metrology bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon the Honourable Judith McIntosh.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This bill, as we've heard, is a very small technical bill. But if we didn't have it, Mr. Chairman, our country would be in crisis. Indeed, we can be thankful for the technocrats in our public service who have the skills and knowledge to give effect to these important laws. Thank you, all of you, for your inputs into this bill. Mr. Speaker, it was President Julius Nyerere who warmly looked forward to South Africa becoming a free and liberated nation, because he saw the technology and skills of what South Africa already had as adding prestige to all of Africa. This bill reaffirms Mwalimu's wisdom because it demonstrates what a technologically advanced society South Africa is, and how we have maintained high international standards in measurements for over 100 years. The first measuring law was drafted in 1902, the year in which the Anglo-Boer War ended. And the laboratory soon after in Pretoria, where I, as a very small boy, stood fascinated to see what 1 pound looked like as the standard measure. Managing our trade and ensuring honesty in business needs a bill like this. You know, Mr. Speaker, that a document was produced by the ANC in the 1990s called Ready to Govern. I always thought that there was a note of apprehension and whistling in the dark in the very title of that document. What we have learned in our portfolio committee, and our chair lady, to her credit, freely admitted it, was that this bill was not some little technical matter, but a vital and important law for doing the work of running a modern, urban, and industrializing society as we are in South Africa. It is having the legal and technical infrastructure in place, of which this bill is part, that makes South Africa able to take its place as part of the BRICS group of nations. Now, on Thursday, Mr. Chairman, I was at Saldanha, and there we saw the Department of Trade and Industries not doing its technical proper job. Its meeting, which was a very important delivery of a special economic zone to the licensee, was hijacked by the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Marius Fransma. Now, I saw him in action, and I must say, after his anti-Semitic remarks and a few other things he said, all I could think of was a Gauleiter. It was a scandal, and the minister has had a letter from me setting out my views on that. The ANC could easily have had a rally afterwards or before the meeting where the President and Mr. Fransman could have spoken. But, Mr. Chairman, I must pay tribute to the President, because the President gave the ANC at that meeting a little lecture on what proper democracy means. And I think he deserves our recognition for doing that.
Honourable Chairperson.
Now, Mr. Chairman, there's a quotation from the good book, which many people will know.
Honourable Member, just a moment, there's a point of order.
Now, it could be that one doesn't hear as clearly as the honourable member speaking, but I think there's been a slight misrepresentation of the facts. We were all there, and in fact, the President, Zuma, was at pains to clarify things. And I may say, I did not...
Honourable Member,
can he speak to the bill?
Honourable Member, that is not a point of order.
But can he speak to the bill?
You're expressing an opinion also.
Can he speak to the bill?
Go ahead, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable Chairperson.
If we apply
Honourable Chairperson, the real point of order is that when a bill is supposed to be read for the second time, people speaking on it must speak on the content of the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I don't unless the
Honourable
rules...
Honourable Member, that is also correct. We should stick to the content of the bill.
Well, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that a second reading debate is a wide open debate. And we're dealing with something from the Department of Trade and Industries, and they mustn't be embarrassed about what happened at Saldanha, because it's the truth.
We are requesting the member to stick to the rules. Rule 253 is very specific. Can the member stick to the rules of the House, and also do not contest the...
Mr. Chairman, I'd rather take my instructions from yourself, not from another member of this House. Shall I now go back to the bill, Mr. Chairman? There's a quotation from the good book, in the book of Proverbs, which says this: "The Lord hates people who use dishonest scales. He, the Lord, is happy with honest weights." In isiZulu, we have a word for honesty. It's ubuqotho, which means integrity. And of course, it's not only the mass or weight that has to be measured. It's important for the goods we buy, but also the alcohol limit in your blood and the speed at which you travel, as well as the ingredients.
Your time has expired. I now call upon the Honourable P.F. Smith.
Thanks, Chairperson, Mr. Deputy President, colleagues in the House. I'm not a member of this committee. I'm merely rising on behalf of my colleague who's indisposed, as you know. But he would like to say that the science of metrology engenders certainty and therefore confidence in our measurement standards on a national and also a comparative global basis. And it provides also a reference analysis in the event of a measurement dispute, and maintains and develops primary methods for chemical analysis in order to certify reference materials for South Africa and the region. Now, as members before me have said, many of them have spoken to the obvious advantages of the bill, and I don't wish to repeat any of them, but a concern that was raised by one member is also a concern of my colleague, namely that the NRCS, which is said to be understaffed and under-resourced, will have to enforce the legislation. It's also said that it doesn't have the necessary inspections facilities to ensure legal compliance. Our colleagues, we trust, we say this to the Minister particularly, that this will be addressed by the Department, and we look forward to a new financing model that will place the NRCS in a position to fulfill its mandate as anticipated in the bill. Mr. Chair, we agree with the registration of all repairers, which will bring confidence to the consumer, who can now be assured of certain uniform standards of repair, which will assist in the elimination of rogue repairers. So, Chair, this is an uncontroversial, though important bill, and we support it fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon the Honourable Z. Wiley.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Deputy President, all ministers, deputy ministers, the Director General and the staff from TTI, all members of this important House. Today marks another historic milestone in terms of number of legislations passed by the ANC government since the democratic dispensations, and that of introducing legal metrology bill for their adoption by this parliament. The purpose of the bill, A, is to promote a fair trade, protect public health, safety and environment. But furthermore, the bill provides for a market surveillance by a national regulator for compulsory specifications in order to ensure compliance with the legal metrology regulations. Legal metrology is entirety of legislative, administrative, technical procedures established or by reference to the public authorities, and they are implemented on their behalf in order to specify and ensure in a regulatory or contractual manner the appropriate quality and credibility of the measurements related to official controls regarding to trade, health, safety, and environment. The application of the legal metrology bill relates to the measurement of products and services. These are measurements in trade, safety, and environment. In terms of health and environment, the bill specifically applies for the example for the following: the medical devices. One of them is syringes, blood pressure instruments, scales. These are the devices that are involved in one, the medical measurement of, for example, the temperature, the blood. The importance of this is that inaccurate measure of a scale or syringe could result in an incorrect dosage, which may lead even to death. Secondly, safely measure of speed, alcohol. Same is true for the safety of measurement, where an incorrect measurement of alcohol content could have serious implications. Environmental measurements, like smoke emissions and water pollutions. The bill under Section 19 and Section 20 provides for verification officers, persons responsible for repairs, and market surveillance inspectors. Market surveillance inspectors are to monitor and enforce compliance with the provision of the legal metrology. Inspect whether the product manufactured or offered for sale complies with the metrology technical regulations. This is to protect the user or the consumer from any incorrect measure that may lead to undesirable consequences. The bill further makes provision for NRCS staff as market surveys inspectors. The bill also makes provision for another organ of state to perform market surveillance, where an organ of state that already exists or performs that task, it has not to be duplicated. For an example, the NASA is responsible for electricity matters, so we don't have to duplicate that particular task. The above points as proposed by the bill will put the user, the consumer at ease that the measurement given using that instrument is correct and that no undesired consequences will result to a catastrophic situation. This is indeed historic, and I firmly believe that because of the visionary character of the African National Congress, understanding the global environment, playing our leadership role as this glorious movement, I think it is opportune time to realize that the ANC lives and the ANC leads. But in conclusion, with regard to some utterances, I think the legal metrology bill has got nothing to do with the protest action which is as a result of service delivery challenges in the Western Cape. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC supports the legal metrology bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call upon the Honorable W.M. Thring.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The African Christian Democratic Party wishes to firstly place on record its appreciation and thanks to the Chair of Trade and Industry Portfolio Committee, the Honorable Mrs. Fabs, as well as to all other members of the committee who applied their minds to the drafting of this legal metrology bill. It is the understanding, Honorable Chair of the ACDP, that this bill was necessitated by the international best practices and is introduced to replace trade metrology, thus ensuring that South Africa indeed has the technical infrastructure to guarantee that products originating in our country are safe and well suited for their intended purpose. This bill seeks to ensure the appropriate quality, credibility of regulatory measurement results in the health, safety, environmental, and trade domains through the traceability of measurements and the development of technical regulations. In addition, Chair, it encompasses the monitoring and the enforcement of measurements in the appropriate domains, consumer protection, as well as the leveling of the playing field for industry. Honorable Chairman, the ACDP is cognizant of the fact that globalization is placing increasing demands on countries to ensure that those countries have the technical infrastructure to guarantee that products originating in their territories are safe and fit for purpose. Of critical importance to the ACDP is to understand that technical infrastructure which compromised standards, quality assurance, metrology, and accreditation, is also used in the Industrial Policy Action Plan. It is used, Honorable Chair, to lock out non-compliant products and to lock in compliant South African products to export markets. Honorable Chair, the ACDP supports this legal metrology bill as it sets the foundation to maintain and to improve our regulatory institutions so that they remain relevant as the platform for economic efficiency and market access for all South African products. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon the Honourable X.C. Mabasa.
Mutsamu wa xitulu, Deputy President, Ministers, Members of Parliament, challenges facing the democratic South Africa are influenced by scientific, IT and economic development as the world is shrinking daily in a functional manner. In the olden days, scales were used in a trading environment where beans will be poured onto a scale, flour onto a scale, meat weighed the same way. And as such, goods were sold to consumers. Nowadays, most measuring instruments are digital in keeping with technological development of world standards. Historically, the regulator's role was limited to examining the scales that I spoke of. He or she was limited to ensuring that those scales were well calibrated. And the South African Bureau of Standards also played a great role in that regard. What motivated the Act to be amended? It is the fact that The tools that have to be monitored have increased in scope, so that the responsibility of DTI in this regard is wider than it was historically. Some of the new areas to be supervised by NRCS are blood pressure monitoring machines, electricity and water metering systems. There is an essential relationship between SABS and NRCS and DWAF. The regulator approves and ensures the measurement system to be used, and it monitors it continually to ensure that it is compliant. Some of the tools to be monitored and approved by NRCS are speed trap measuring tools, so that cars that exceed speed limits could be prosecuted successfully. Consumers have to be protected. In areas like thermometer usage, pre-packed medication, e.g. a cough mixture, if measurements are not properly monitored, it could, as my predecessor speakers have spoken, result in death. Some of the verification functions are supervising laboratories, verifying measuring instruments, and focusing on users in the industry to ensure improved levels of service to the public. Another motivation why this step had to be taken is that rural areas are sometimes ignored by private sector in this regard, as private sector, which is always only profit maximizing, considers it uneconomic to provide verification needs to the industry in the rural places. The regulator has an obligation to provide such a service. One of the objectives of the legal metrology bill is to protect the consumers against unscrupulous, exploitative service providers and business. And it is also to repair and ensure the measuring of instruments are in compliance. And it is also to monitor the manner of use, the possession of, and the sale of measuring instruments and products. Repair of measuring instruments. In terms of the repair of instruments, the bill allows for people that repair instruments to be registered with a repair body. If they are not registered, they will be acting illegally and this is in line with ensuring that people with correct and adequate competencies repair measuring instruments. Secondly, the bill allows for the elimination of conflict of interest with respect to the repair person and the person verifying the instrument of measure, by not allowing the repair person to verify the instrument. In other words, you cannot be a technician that repairs the instrument and at the same time verify that the instrument is correct. The verification has to be done by another party. This will ensure the instrument of measure that is not repaired correctly or has faults do not pass verification tests and get to incorrectly measure for the consumer. Number three, further, the bill allows for the repair person, the person that repairs, to give a guarantee to the user that the instrument of measure has been repaired and measures correctly. This guarantee should be given before the instrument of measure is utilized. The above points, as proposed by the bill, will put the user, the consumer, at ease that the measurement given using that instrument is correct. Confidence is of utmost importance. Moreover, should a person repairing an instrument of measure not comply with the requirements of this bill, that person is guilty of an offense. Manner, use, possession, and sale of measurable instruments and products. The bill allows for a sale of only verified measuring instruments, and it prohibits the sale of false, faulty, or inaccurate measuring instruments. And it also prohibits any person in making a false statement of quantity, incorrectly declaring the quantity of a product, or misleads any person in terms of quantity. This further ensures that consumers buy the correct quantity of good and are not misled into paying a certain amount for a lesser quantity. Where are these accurate measures needed? As preceding speakers have spoken, on freeways where trucks carrying heavy loads damage roads, they are charged in accordance to the weight. And it is important that the machinery that weighs is accurate. Industry is itself encouraged to have a whole lot of self-assessment and self-management of that particular area where repair work and verification work has been done. It must not always wait for government to criticize it, but self-criticism is sometimes important for industry. But let me, as I finish my speech, say, Honorable McIntosh, you were saved by the chairperson. Hey, otherwise, so you have been saved, and chairperson, you really saved Honorable McIntosh. But as for Honorable Member James, I think you will agree with me, Honorable Member James, that DTI consults widely. And even on this bill, it consulted, it held public hearings, and it also made sure that all interest parties make an input so that by the time the Act is amended, all the inputs and all concerns have been taken into account. In other words, I will differ with you, Honorable James, when you say the minister sometimes does it with shortcut routes. He always takes a long route, but an effective route. Thank you very much, members.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to all participants in the debate for the support for this important piece of legislation. On the question of capacity to enforce, let me say that the bill itself does provide for a fee structure which is similar to the fee structure which the NRCS operates on at the moment, and that's a combination of public funding and fees which are requested or asked for from the industry itself. As far as enforcement is concerned, even if we got all the money that we could wish for, we're not going to be able to deal with enforcement through the mechanism of routine surveillance. The way we have to deal with this is by working smart, by intelligence-driven enforcement, and by building partnerships with affected stakeholders. The NRCS at the moment is involved in, for example, setting standards which say that paraffin stoves are supposed to be ones which, if they fall over or are knocked over, are not supposed to spill all the fuel and set fire to the entire settlement and all the buildings around it. They're supposed to be ones where the flame goes out as the thing falls over. We have plenty of others that are trying to enter the market, and the NRCS is doing a good job in intercepting those, as well as electricity apparatus, which doesn't meet the specifications, crash helmets, food products, medicines, all kinds of things like that. The way we do it is we work in partnership with the revenue services. We call on the industry players who know what is out-competing them because the standards are low. We call for those kind of partnerships, and that's how we're going to have to work with the responsibilities in respect of legal metrology as well. With respect to the question raised by the Honourable James about breathalyzers and weigh bridges in the Western Cape, the way we deal with those matters in the spirit of cooperative governance is that the department concerned should be approaching us. First I heard of it was when the Honourable James raised it. If the department concerned would like to contact us, we will of course consider their representation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Legal Metrology Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the 11th order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on draft supply chain regulations issued in terms of the Financial Management of Parliament Act 2009.
The Honourable Des van Rooyen will introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy President, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, colleagues, as we are all aware, the procurement of goods and services and the disposal and letting of assets by Parliament must be done in compliance with Section 217, as set out in Chapter 6 of the Constitution of the Republic. This has to be read in conjunction with Schedule 3 of the Financial Management of Parliament Act. I refer to this Act as FMPA in this statement, but also the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act must also be considered. The draft supply chain management regulations were prescribed by the Executive Authority and published for public comment in the Government Gazette of the 4th February this year as required by the Financial Management of Parliament Act. This regulation may only come into effect after approval by Parliament, hence presented here today. The Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces referred the draft supply chain management regulation through the ATC on the 9th of May this year to the Interim Committee on the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation and the Standing and Select Committees on Finance. The two committees considered comments from internal stakeholders and also considered the report on the 22nd and the 24th of October. I must indicate to this House that DA decided to walk out of the first meeting citing party activities. They were led by the shadow. What do you expect? They missed an opportunity. In their desperate attempt, to hold back our development agenda, DA came on the second meeting to object to the report being approved. Now, what I must indicate that notwithstanding their objection, in fulfilling their mandate, the two finance committees made the following establishment. In their absence, we established that the regulations provide for the definition of conflict of interest, and it is clearly defined and structured to accommodate all examples of business relationship, including that of Parliament employee and his or her family. And I must indicate that we also established that this definition is not a closed list. In your absence, in the absence of DA, the regulations, we established that the regulations ensure that the accounting officer is empowered to exercise discretion to cancel a bid under unforeseen eventualities. And I must emphasize that this doesn't repeal the FMPA provision of prohibiting accounting officer from making fruitless and wasteful, unauthorized or irregular expenditure. In the absence of DA, the two committees established that the regulations provide for the framework for appointment of members of the Bid Adjudication Committee and the functions of the committee. In addition, Honorable Speaker, the committee scrutinized whether there had been any unauthorized retrospective operations and that the regulations conformed to the objects of the Principal Act. We are delighted to report to this House that the proposed supply chain regulations comply with the provision of the FMPA, Chapter 6 and Schedule 3, and cannot override the FMPA. Instead, the regulations are operational tools to implement the FMPA. Now, the two committees, instead of chasing shadows, the two committees have satisfied themselves that the regulations comply with the provision of the FMPA. Hence, I submit on behalf of our committee, the Standing Committee on Finance, to this House to approve the cited report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Declarations have been called for. They'll therefore give one party 3 minutes for that.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Last week in Parliament, we saw a shameful display when the ANC used its majority on our committee to prevent a debate in this House on the Financial Services Bill. And with due respect to my friends on trade and industry, it's telling that this House has just debated the uncontroversial legal metrology bill supported by all parties, but would not last week debate a controversial bill that divides the House. But today, I'm afraid we sink to a new low. Not only do the supply chain regulations we are considering leave Parliament open to fraud and corruption, but they have not even been deliberated on by the Finance Committee that submitted them to this House. So last week we had the ANC shutting down debate after a bill was considered by a committee. This week we see the ANC using its majority to prevent the actual deliberation by a committee. They did this by moving straight to a committee vote immediately after our committee was briefed on the regulations. The committee did not debate the regulations, it did not deliberate, the members did not apply their minds. But, House Chairperson, here we are, considering regulations that will define how Parliament procures goods and services. I'm sure the members will all agree that they are critical for the management of this institution, but I'm afraid to say they are deeply problematic. Firstly, the definition of a conflict of interest is so subjective and so narrow that it allows employees themselves to decide if they have a conflict of interest. Secondly, the Secretary to Parliament can condone any conflict of interest he sees fit to, and he can continue tenders to Parliament that they no longer need, including those that have come about through improper processes. Thirdly, the regulations give no substantial rights or duties to the Bid Adjudication Committee. Now, such rights and duties are usually conveyed by Treasury directives under the PFMA, but the PFMA doesn't apply to Parliament. So we needed to be specific in these regulations, and we weren't. So these aspects, amongst others, mean that the regulations leave Parliament, our Parliament, vulnerable to corruption. The regulations are weak, they give too much unchecked power to the Secretary of Parliament, and this is perhaps not surprising because the Secretary has been allowed to function for 4 years without a legal supply chain management process. And these regulations allow for this unfettered power to continue. The fact that they've been pushed through Parliament so fast, before our committee could even deliberate on them, raises serious questions about what the Speaker wants us to turn a blind eye to. Members, can I urge you to reject these regulations and request that the Finance Committee do its job and apply its mind to the regulations before bringing them back for consideration by the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any other party wishing to make a declaration? Any other party? Honourable Member.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, Deputy President, good afternoon. The ANC is here to confirm that the draft regulations on a supply chain management system has gone through a comprehensive process within the Parliament. The terms of reference that were set out for the committee to respond to have been met. In meeting these terms of reference, the committee has paid attention to the relevant sections of the Constitution, the Principal Act, and the related legislation covering procurement, in particular, the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act. It's because they're not in the meeting, that's why I don't think so, and the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act. We have, in terms of our mandate, Honourable Chairperson, facilitated public involvement, and in particular, the staff of Parliament who are practitioners in the field of supply chain management. So I don't understand what the Honourable Harris is saying. They have been afforded the opportunity to I think better listen. They have been afforded the opportunity to propose whether the draft should be amended. What became clear to the committee, Honourable Chair, at the end of the process was that there was no material matter of substance that required amendment, and the committee was unanimous on this matter. And today we are hearing the different story. With the exception of a single issue of drafting style, the draft regulation comply with the objects of the Financial Management Parliament Act. Any suggestion that this process may have lacked an expert opinion on the issue of procurement is without integrity. The draft regulation issued in terms of Financial Management Act of Parliament dwell extensively on ensuring that the regulation address the ongoing fight against corruption, a matter that the ANC has been seized with. Therefore, Honourable Chair, the ANC will definitely support this draft regulation. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any further declarations? No further declarations. The motion from the Chief Whip of the Majority Party is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Yes. Since there are objections, I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Aye. And those against, no. No. I think the ayes have it.
House Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance calls for the division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Order, honourable members, will you take up your seats? Order, honourable members, will you take up your seats, please? Order. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from the allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. Order, honourable members. Order. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the report of the Standing Committee on Finance on draft supply chain regulations issued in terms of the Financial Management of Parliament Act 2009 be adopted. Are all members in their allocated seats? Yes. Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the report should press the yes button. Yes. Those against should press the no button. No. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Yes. Have all members voted? Yes. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. The result of the division is as follows. Those in favour 224, those against 45, and there's one abstention. The question is accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will read the 12th order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Sport and Recreation on oversight visit to Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Free State, Northwest, Western Cape, and Northern Cape provinces.
A member of the committee will introduce the report, the Honourable Dikhatshwe.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Order, honourable members.
Deputy President, honourable ministers, deputy ministers, and colleagues. The Portfolio Committee conducts an oversight to monitor whether the government programs and transformation agenda in sport is being implemented by government. The committee has been to all 9 provinces. 3 were done last year, and 6 were done this year. We had the following observations on these trips. We have noted that in some provinces like the Free State, the private sector has also assisted in sport provision. An artificial sport facility has been donated by Harmony Gold Minings to a rural school in Free State. 52 artificial turfs are going to be built through the 2010 FIFA Legacy, and so far 27 has been built, completed, and we have seen them. The remaining 23 are in the pipeline. I wish to quote Baba Mandela, and the quote says, sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to youth in a language they understand. Sport can create hope where once there was only despair. It is more powerful than the government in breaking down racial barriers. Quotation closed. We think if provinces can emulate the way in which the Free State and KwaZulu-Natal do their work, because when they consult all stakeholders, that is municipalities, schools, Love Life, and they have one integrated program with them. We say sport is a catalyst for social cohesion and social development of young people who are in school and who are also out of school. It provides them with a sound base for discipline, values, healthy lifestyle, and their chances of remaining in school are better. We request the Parliament to adopt this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. We will now take orders number 13 to 42 together as they appear on the order paper. These are the budgetary review and recommendation reports. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable House Chair, I move that the reports be adopted.
The motion is that the reports be adopted. Are there any objections?
House Chairperson, would you please record the objection of the Democratic Alliance for item 14, consideration of the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans?
The objection is noted. Are there any further objections? None. That concludes the business for the day, and the House is adjourned.
Thank you.